Hey there, it's Louisa from Feel Good Astrology, back with another forecast. This one is starting from the 9th of September, taking you all the way to Sunday, the 15th of September. Now, this is quite an exciting week ahead. I like it. It's a lot of interesting patterns arising from the planets and their positions. We start the week with Mercury going into the sign of Virgo. Not for the first time. He's going back in after going retrograde into Leo. So we've got the tail end of Mercury in Virgo about to play out. So we'll be examining that. But we've also got this grand cross, or some people call it a grand square, and a grand trine, which turns into a kite. What an interesting set of we've just got some interesting patterns arising. The thing that I really love the most, I think, and I'm looking forward to, is the trine between Venus and Jupiter. This becomes part of a grand trine and becomes part of a kite. And so again, Venus, for the last 2 weeks has been absolutely mentioned in every single forecast, because she's been really well starred. And of course, in this week, there's, this is no exception. She's really on a roll right now. We've also got this really lovely, sweet little, Mercury sextile Mars that I think will put a rocket under our backsides. So yeah, there's a lot to look forward to. Anyway, let's start, as I always start, by just giving a thank you to people in the community who have been supporting this channel, because I see you. I'm really, really grateful to all of your support, whether it's from the past, whether it's now, whether it's regular, however it comes in. I really appreciate it. And to everyone, I haven't been responding to comments since I've upped my production rate. I haven't been able to attend to all the comments, but I really do appreciate them. And at some point, I will sit down and get round to responding. I love the fact that, this is becoming a community. I love it. Thank you so much. Right, let's get cracking then. So the week is starting Monday the 9th and going to the 15th of September. And we're starting it with a moon in Scorpio. At some point in the day, it goes into the sign of Sagittarius, and then it's in Sagittarius until the early hours of Thursday the 12th, before going into Capricorn and then later into Aquarius. This is a waxing moon, so this moon phase, it's about growth. We're well into the growth at this point, and so this is a week where we can get excited about our plans and really start to implement things. This is a time when we're moving, we're making decisions, we are being really clear and positive. And I think the moon in Sagittarius is interesting, isn't it? The sign of Sagittarius is known for so much hopefulness and expansion, and it's quite carefree. Some might say a bit clumsy and careless at times. I'm putting my hand up to say I've got tons in Sagittarius myself. So if you've got a real strong Sagittarian vibe yourself, this you'll really be in your element. But let's put it that way. Now, because Sagittarius is really highlighted throughout this week, and obviously right now we're going through the Virgo season. The sun is in Virgo. We've also got Jupiter in Gemini, and also we've got Saturn in Pisces. I'm going to say right off the bat that, all of us, and I say us because my moon's also in, most of my stuff is in Sagittarius or Pisces, but most of us mutable type people are going to really feel the energies. Earlier this year, I recorded a video, and can't remember quite what I called it. Let me just make a note of this. I will stick a little link to it. But it was a video about how there are, times of the year when it just doesn't feel so good for you. And that usually happens when the sun or the moon are in opposition to where they were at the time, place and date of your birth, or when you've got a lot of things in oppositions to where your birth sun is and your birth moon is. When we're coming into these oppositional times, it can be difficult. So I really do think that, right now, Sagittarius and Pisces are probably finding the energies a little bit overwhelming with, so much in Virgo and Gemini right now. So, Mercury's going into Virgo then. This is like a quick overview. Monday is quite a strong day. The moon's in opposition to Uranus. It's also in a trine to Neptune, two outer planets. So we're really kind of picking up on the outer outer consciousness and being able to use it through our emotions. Then the moon goes into Sagittarius and it makes a square with Mercury. Tuesday the 10th, I would say, is our quiet day. There's not much peace and quiet this week. On Tuesday, if you are going to choose a day to have a trip out or to do something just for you, then I would say the 10th is the day. The moon's in a trine to the North Node, which is, I think, enriching. It helps you feel like you're on your path. And then it's in a sextile to Pluto. Bring it on. You've got the energy to transform yourself and to feel like you have some power, but you can use the innate power within you. I like that. Now, Wednesday, I would say, is our kind of, it's quite a stressful day. And I will paste that out in a chart shortly. But essentially, we've got the grand cross or the square. We've got the sun, we've got Saturn, we've got Jupiter, and we've got the moon all in a square. Now, thankfully, it's the moon is one of the corners. It's not one of these squares that has a slightly slower moving planet. The moon like comes in and then over about 8 degrees or so of the moon's day, it is forming this great big square, and then it eases off. But we've got the sun and the moon, and then Jupiter and Saturn. So that's likely to raise quite a lot. And like I said, I'll talk about that. Thursday the 12th, then the moon is changing signs, it's going into Capricorn, and we've got Mercury in the sextile to Mars, and also the sun in an exact square to Jupiter. So it's really keeping on the themes from Wednesday the 11th. So yeah, so maybe the way I'm looking at it is, and also it starts with the moon in the square to Neptune, which obviously, can make us feel a little bit out of body and a little bit wary, but not quite sure why. We feel a little bit, those moods you have where you can't quite put your finger on it. So I would say Wednesday the 11th until Thursday the 12th. Thursday the 12th, we're starting to take action on the things that came up on Wednesday the 11th. So I think that's quite helpful. And of course, then we're on to Friday the 13th, which, if you're superstitious, that might put the heebie-jeebies up you. It starts the day with the moon in a sextile to Saturn, which is, I think, quite helpful. It's a time when we feel like we have a bit of common sense and we're coming back down to earth a little bit. The moon makes a square to Venus, which can make us feel a little bit, what's the word? A little bit possessive, a little bit kind of passively competitive. It's an interesting one. I think of it more as competing females, for attention. It's that kind of slightly hidden competition that you don't quite want to really fess up to. And then you've got the moon in a trine to the sun, which I think is helpful, and a square to Chiron. So interesting that we've got a square to Venus and a square to Chiron. This is a foreshadow or a forerunner for next week. Because next week Venus will go into opposition with Chiron, and we will start to feel what's coming in. So Friday the 13th is already starting to bring in a new picture. But yeah, to me, we might just be feeling slightly out of sorts, but possibly we can be practical in resolving what we need to do. And then Saturday the 14th and the 15th, things are getting really interesting, and I think there's some quite magical energies, which is nice because the last couple of weekends have had a lot of quite big busy thought-provoking energy. So I think this weekend should be quite good. So it starts with moon trine Uranus, it's sextile Neptune conjunct Pluto. That's quite strong. Then the moon goes into Aquarius, the sun goes into an inconjunct with Chiron. I think that's really helping us just to recognize where we're feeling a little bit vulnerable in our personalities. It's not a huge thing, but there's a little rumble there, there's a little echo underneath. But what this is leading into is this Venus trine Jupiter. So we've got the two benefic planets, Venus and Jupiter, working together in a way that's really helpful. And I think that's really excitable. This is absolutely about wanting to move and grow in happiness. Jupiter's got that sort of growth energy and and is absolutely good at selling itself. And Venus is feeling good and absolutely wanting to be sweet and kind and compassionate. So I see this as a movement of compassion, a movement of kindness. And the moon goes into a trine with Jupiter and a trine with Venus, meaning basically we've got this grand trine with Venus, the moon and Jupiter. And then the moon is in a sextile to Chiron. What this actually also means is it's in an opposition or coming into an opposition with Venus. So a very dynamic day, one that I think we can have some really good fun times with on Sunday the 15th. So let's look a little bit deeper. So this is the one that I just wanted to flag up first of all. And, you know, I'm going to be mentioning this in all of the updates. So we've got Jupiter at 20 degrees in Gemini, Saturn at 15 degrees in Pisces. So they're not in an exact square anymore, but they are still square. And they're going to remain in a square pretty much until February, slightly come out of it and then go back in until I think mid-June or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head. There's so many exciting dates right now. My brain can't quite cope with it. The sun is in a square to Jupiter. And on this day as well, you know, the moon is coming into a square. So, you know, already at this point, the moon is in a square to Saturn, is in a square to the sun, is in opposition to Jupiter. So the moon's the variable here because, you know, as the moon's coming in, it will the moon will make a square to Saturn first. And then, you know, we'll be making a square to the sun, and then we'll be, you know, coming as it's getting further and further into the sign of Sagittarius. We'll be making that full opposition with Jupiter, and then, you know, as the moon carries on moving, the moon will come out of this square, come out of that square, and then finally come out of this opposition. So, you know, the moon, you know, it's not as simple as it gets to 1 degree and then boom, the square comes in. It's really kind of fading in and out. And this this sun here, you know, the next day on the 12th, the sun is exactly in a square to Jupiter. You know, last week we had the sun in opposition to Saturn. And at that point, it was already in a square to Jupiter. So the sun moves 1 degree a day. So this energy of the sun, Jupiter and Saturn is ongoing. It's been ongoing for a while. And that too will fade out as we go through the week. What does this mean though? So these are all squares, unless they're right at the end of a sign. You know, all exact or perfect squares will all be in signs that have the same quadruplicity. There's 3 qualities of these. There's 3 quadruplicities that we're talking about. So we've got cardinal, and that's Aries. That rules Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn. Then we've got fixed, and we've got Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius. And then finally, we've got mutable, which captures Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces. You'll see they're all forming a square to each other. You know, they're 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So you'll see with these quadruplicities, they've always got 1 fire, 1 water, 1 air, and 1 earth. And they have a different way of being. You know, the mutables, and this is the thing that's highlighted at the moment, you know, the mutable energy is changeable. It's a bit like quicksilver, you know, it's changeable. The mutable energy likes to be of service quite a bit. The mutable energy will get bored quickly. So it might engage with something quite quickly and then move away from it. It reserves the right to change its mind. It wriggles and jiggles. And, you know, these signs, with maybe the exception of Virgo, which it obviously has the strong earth element, you know, the Gemini, the Pisces and the Sagittarius energy can be accused of being quite irresponsible because, you know, we like grab onto an idea and then we're moving on to something else. And it's not necessarily because we want to, you know, undermine someone or a situation, but it's just that, the mutables are changing. They are meant to have the element of change. Not everyone can be as strong and as rigid and loyal as the fixed signs. It's not to say the mutables aren't loyal, by the way, but we have a different way of doing it. And the cardinals are the go-getters that start everything and really build a lot of energy quickly. But the mutables are kind of light on energy. They don't have the same sort of intense energy as the cardinals and fixed. And as such, they're dipping in and dipping out, and they're always keeping a few irons in the fire. They're always watching what's going on. So they're not, it gives them the gift of reflection, I would say, as well. Hence why they want to move around a little bit. So, I mean, I would say with these grand squares, thank goodness they're in the mutables, because they can get quite unbearable in the cardinal signs and really, really difficult to get out of in the fixed. And obviously the grand squares happen in all quadruplicities, but this one is, will be moving because of the sun. Obviously it moves on the same day because of the moon. But also, the energy of mutability, it wants to change and transform. So what are we changing and transforming here? So first of all, Saturn in the sign of Pisces. I recorded a video about that ages ago now. You can check it out if you want to know the like long and short of it. But, Saturn is a regulator. Saturn wants to create standards and measurements and wants things to be foundational. Saturn really likes practicality. Saturn's a bit of a party pooper in some respects, because you don't always want somebody to point out the deficiencies and things, and Saturn will happily step in and say where it's gone wrong. I mean, Saturn is the grown-up in the room, but as grown-ups go, he can sometimes be a bit of a condescending, judgmental grown-up. I mean, a lovely, beautifully aspected Saturn will ensure that everything works well and will ensure that he passes on his wisdom to other people in a way that's not patronizing. But, when Saturn is in a tough square or an opposition, he can be really sanctimonious. So Saturn's not a character that's always liked, dependent on how you see the world. If you are quite Saturnian yourself, you'll probably really respect and adore a good sense of self-discipline and regulation and reservation and discernment, which Saturn has in masses. He's really, really good at that. But in the sign of Pisces, Saturn is not really himself. Pisces is so unruly and so watery and so psychic and so uncontrollable that Saturn's really got his work cut out for him. So it's quite an uncomfortable position for Saturn to be in. If anything, I think Saturn is creating an interest in psychic subjects. I think like astrology, I've definitely seen it, the popularity of it has raised, but anything to do with consciousness raising, I think is absolutely on the rise right now. The interest is going through the roof. And Saturn, you can thank Saturn for that in some respects, because he's creating a few standards and he's creating a higher quality. But at the same time, Saturn might be trying to regulate the unregulatable, regulate consciousness. You can't exactly do that. So there's a lot going on there. Jupiter in the sign of Gemini. Again, Jupiter's not happy in the sign of Gemini. He's much happier in the sign of Sagittarius. But Jupiter is about growth and expansion and on his bad side is about inflation, like inflation of confidence. Jupiter's a very confident planet, and where he shows up in your chart, provided your Jupiter is well placed and not too badly aspected, will show hopefully a really good sense of confidence. When your Jupiter is badly aspected, you might have a slightly more challenged way of expressing your confidence. You might sometimes be absolutely over the top confident and then underneath be really kind of kittenish and a little bit like kind of like a little bit meek and a little bit shy of revealing yourself. But Jupiter in the sign of Gemini is really bringing out the ideas of information. So it's all about information right now. And if you think about it, over the last few months in particular, information sharing has gone it's gone really quite exponential, and everything to do with TV, radio, media has really switched. In fact, I think X is now doing TV as well, if I'm not mistaken. But it's interesting. It's almost like now Jupiter has come into Gemini. Maybe TV and radio are dying a little bit because now we have so much more media to choose from, and in the form that lots of people want. The way people want media now is changing. So there's many more voices now. Jupiter's bringing many more voices. And so isn't that interesting? So Jupiter's bringing us many more voices. The sun in Virgo is absolutely making us want to try to regulate how we are. The Virgo energy, which I'll talk about shortly, because I'm going to be talking about Mercury going into Virgo. But the Virgo energy is quite analytical. It's another Mercury ruled sign, as Gemini is. Virgo wants things to be clean and sanitary and pristine and perfect. Perfectionism is a real sort of Virgoan trait. And so the sun, in the sign of Virgo, like right now, the energy for us in our personhood, in our personalities, in the way we are, we're trying to get everything. I always think of this as back to school energy. It's fantastic, I think, and maybe I think in America people go back to school a little bit earlier, but certainly in Europe and in the UK, when we go back to school, it's in the Virgo time. And like the energy of getting everyone's school uniforms, everyone's school bags, everyone with perfectly manicured nails and sharpened pencils and things. The whole idea is we're starting afresh. We are starting. And also, people go back to work after long extended breaks, or hopefully, people do get a bit of a break. But it does feel like things are goofing out a little bit in August, and then in September time, everyone's getting back down to business. I think that's when most governments are coming a lot more online and releasing a lot more policy and stuff. During the summer, they all tend to take their posh vacation. So, the Virgo energy is like, oh, crikey, things have got out of shape. Let's neaten it up. And so it's interesting, that there is this energy of neatening up, when there's also so much out there that's quite overwhelming and also really quite hard to keep track of. If you're trying to get pristine in your thinking, or detox, or diet, or get your life right, or whatever you're doing right now, it's with a backdrop of massive distractions coming from Jupiter over here in Gemini. And it's in opposition to Saturn. It also feels like at some level, we feel like we have to get more spiritual. We're wanting to get down to the business of becoming awakened more, or more enlightened. Saturn is definitely encouraging us to do that. And yet, you want your focus out here, but you also need it here. And then Sagittarius moon comes in and it's saying, this all feels a bit tight. So let's just blow this off for a minute and let's just go on an adventure and see what happens. So you can see it's quite a tense day. And if you've got like business meetings, or if you're trying to settle on something, finalize something, that moon coming into the sign of Sagittarius could almost be the kiss of death, because, everyone's going to want to clock off early, think, crikey, this is hard. Let's go for a drink. This is a kind of slacker energy. It feels too intense, so let's slack off. So the 11th is an interesting day. If you've got a lot of stuff in mutable signs, which, like I said, I have, then you want to watch where this is resting in your chart. Is it emphasizing a lot of your own personal planets, or your angles? Like if your angles are all in the mutable signs, you'll be feeling this quite a bit. And it will probably feel like a restlessness. So interesting, huh? And then we've got Venus trine Jupiter, which forms into a grand trine with Moon, and also into a kite with Chiron. So let me just paste this one out. So this is the chart for when Venus and Jupiter are exactly in their trine. Now, you'll see that the moon is at 12 degrees at this point, but later on, the moon will move to 20 degrees and Venus will have sauntered on a little bit more. So this isn't the tightest moment. The tightest moment is a little bit later, but you can see it anyway. So there is this flow of energy, and the grand trines, conversely to these grand squares, the grand trine is about flow. And it's about a similar kind of vibe, all the vibes, the energies working together. So again, we've got Jupiter, which is about expansion. And like right now, Jupiter is sharing information far and wide, and is being quite distracting, but he's causing lots of conversations. He's encouraging lots of people to talk more and to play nicely as well. Gemini, the Gemini and Virgo energy, because they're both Mercury ruled, and of course with Mercury coming back into this sign, I do think people are going to start to get a little bit officious, which I'll talk about with Mercury in his own sign of Virgo. The Gemini and Virgo sort of styles are a lot more rational, and so people tend to look at facts that have been published from authorities, which may or may not be true. Of course, science can be bought, positions can be bought, influencers can be bought, everyone can, information can be bought, and so gone are the days. In fact, we might never have had the days where information was ever in safe hands, but gone are the days when we believed that information was in safe hands or came from a safe place. I mean, these are quite treacherous times. We are realizing that when we are told something is the truth, that there's, the moment we hear that it's the truth, there's 20,000 other pieces of evidence that might conflict that and all look quite credible. So where is rationality going to help us right now? So, Jupiter is helpful in providing lots of alternate perspectives and ideas. And Jupiter in the Gemini energy also wants to have fun, lots and lots of fun. And then Venus is in her own sign, in the sign of Libra. She's beautiful. She's flaunting it. She's feeling great. She's feeling quite collaborative, quite diplomatic, absolutely wanting to get on with everybody. And so here, I think we've got the energy of popularity. So I do think around the time of the 15th of September, anything that is popular is going to rise up even more, because, popularity, the energy of popularity is wanting to assert itself. The energy of popularity is wanting to be seen. So, Jupiter, like popular ideas, or the energy of ideas being shared far and wide and being felt and understood. And then Venus is kind of christening it and like fairy wanding it and making it all look lovely. And so things are really rising up. And then the moon is caught in this as well. And so the moon is absolutely getting us in our emotions. So we're feeling emotionally connected to what is popular. We might be feeling popular. I mean, that would be nice if you feel comfortable and confident in yourself, and comfortable and confident with the people around you. The weekend could be really, really nice because of this. But of course, a couple of days later, Venus will, and this is into next, the following week, Venus will come into an exact opposition with Chiron. Now, she's already coming into that opposition with Chiron. She has been for a while. And Venus in an opposition to Chiron can be uncomfortable. We might have wounds about how lovable we are or how attractive we are. To me, it feels like a wounding of our image. Is there something about our image that doesn't quite feel right? So yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? And I wonder how that's playing out in your chart right now. If you're already feeling it, it is likely to get stronger and stronger. What's helpful, though, at the same time is, Jupiter is working with Chiron right now. Jupiter is saying that whatever you're feeling vulnerable about and not quite right about, we can expand beyond this. We can look beyond this pattern. So I think this is a really useful time to I received a message actually from somebody who's going to be on this channel very soon, and she was saying she's reading not the Course in Miracles, but she's reading the next one up. I think the Course in Love, and wow, that's what we might be learning. We might be going deeper into love, and we might be realizing what is holding us back, and maybe what is holding us back is our feelings of not just not being good enough, but not being attractive enough, and I don't mean to talk about this, in like at one level, not feeling attractive can sound so, shallow, that we would put so much energy on looks and appearance and fashion and weight and shape and form and stuff. And yet it does come up. I think a lot of people have done a lot of really good work to gloss over maybe some of their older wounding about not feeling attractive enough. Because, if you feel it as a child, and you learn to kind of paper over the cracks, but it never actually goes, you start to create these kind of little bolt-on belief systems, and you're not really ever celebrating your body. You're not ever really being grateful for who you are. You're not ever really, it's almost like you feel like you've been sold, you've been given a bad lot in life. And we can always make good with it. But actually, isn't the real task seeing your perfection, even if it doesn't match what the world is saying is perfection? So, and this could also come into bullying. Obviously, this is an aspect for next week, but it's already coming in. That's why I'm mentioning it. So if you've been bullied in your life, and I've certainly had my fair share of bullying in my early childhood, that feeling of being unpopular. So, this is bringing up stuff about popularity, and how great it is. And maybe as those feelings of popularity are coming up, you're also, if you've got that energy in your field, if you still got those emotions trapped somewhere in your body, you may also be finding that the insecurity of why you're not popular, or the insecurity of what we might now think is a bit shallow, but actually it's not. It's an attack on yourself. Only if it's still playing out in you, it's no longer other people attacking you, it's you attacking yourself. So other people might have said, "Oh, your breath smells," or "Oh, you're ugly," like kids do. "Oh, don't you have a funny walk?" "Oh, look at the color of your hair," all sorts of different things. All these little weird stuff that kids say. And there'll be some kids that don't even bat an eyelid and don't take it to heart, that won't even listen to that. They'll just think, it's a weird thing to say. I don't want to be friends with you on your bike. But there'll be little sensitive people that will take it to heart and think, "Oh no, I'm terrible," and then hold on to that for their whole life. So, we might have the common sense to realize that people saying stuff like that, to us as adults is almost meaningless, and, it's hurtful, but you realize it says more about the person. But, I think this is really speaking to the child in us, the uncomfortable child. So, maybe as we're coming to the end of the week and we're feeling good about ourselves, remember that if that little younger child of you is coming up, don't feel embarrassed. Maybe find the time to let your friends know that is how you used to feel, and see what they say. See if you get the support, finally get the support. I think this could be a time of things really turning around. So I like that. Now, with all this feeling of popularity and the Venus and Jupiter trine, I thought it'd be, because it's an exact trine on the 15th, I thought it'd be interesting to look at the midpoint, because the midpoint is the sort of combined energy of Jupiter and Venus right in the middle. Like if they were shining out, this is where both of their lights are meeting. It's sort of in the midpoint. This is where their energy is available to look at. And in fact, it's quite interesting to have a look at your own midpoint in between where Venus and Jupiter is in your birth chart, because it's almost like a recipe for popularity, or a recipe for feeling confidently happy, sort of carefree and happy. And so I thought it'd be worth having a quick look at that to see how that might be expressing itself in this week ahead. And to see what comes up. So let's see if there's some guidance from the Sabian symbols. So again, I'm putting a shout out to Linda Hill's website, sabiansymbols.com. And if you go there and click on my symbols, and then put in, so this one is Leo 20, which is exactly in between 20 Gemini and 20 Libra. It's exactly 20 Leo. So you go on to Linda's site, you click on Leo and then click on 20. It will round it up to 21. And this is the Sabian symbol. So it says, intoxicated chickens dizzily flap their wings trying to fly. I love the sound of this. So this symbol can indicate a loss of reality or rational reactions. It often shows not being in touch with what's realistically possible and what's worth trying. There can be an attempt to do too much or too soon, and before maturing enough to be capable of doing it. Still, trying to do things that are outside of one's natural sphere can be a good thing, as long as you don't overreach and cause damage. Sometimes first attempts at a new experience prove less than elegant or skillful. Soon you'll look back with amusement at these early attempts. Find enjoyment in the intoxication, but come back to earth when the feelings vanish. So it's also saying false courage, inexperience, trying to do things beyond the bounds of possibility, capability, or responsibility, taking drugs, indulging in alcohol, losing reality. And then even more, like if you're really out, like not conscious of it, it's like giddiness and lightheadedness, unwanted side effects, trying too much too soon, getting nowhere, getting out of it, like literally out of it, escaping reality, manic reactions. So that's interesting, isn't it? So I wonder what is going on in your world and also in the world when these two are coming into their trine, because not only is it talking about popularity and the energy of self-expression, but the happy self-expression. And obviously this is coming into the opposition with Chiron, which might be making us feel a little bit insecure. But there's also the sub-story of maybe trying something a little bit too soon and maybe not being quite skillful enough to do it. So if you are wanting to try something new and you've got that first flush of success, I think, like when I was reading that, I was thinking of my children, not because they're manically silly or anything, but because I remember like every time they try, because they're all quite young, when they try something new, they're so kind of pleased with themselves that they think they're an expert about it straight away. So, they might make pancakes for the first time and think they know it all. They might do a drawing for the first time and think they're an artist. And so I'm getting that kind of energy that, we are giddy with the feelings of that. So it's interesting that is also in the sign of Leo, where people are proud and possibly inflate things a little bit. So that's also something to watch out for. So thank you, Linda, for that lovely interpretation. The last thing then, in terms of this week ahead, is Mercury going into Virgo. Now, this is the Mercury cycle. We're in this current Mercury cycle. So we went back, Mercury went into Aries on the 10th of March, 2024, and it will come out of Pisces and go back into Aries in March 2025. So it's Mercury. Did I say Mars then? Mercury. It's because I'm looking at like for March. Yeah. So it's a Mercury cycle. I was just thinking, why is that only 1 year and not 2 years? Because a Mars cycle is just over 2 years. Okay, that makes sense. So it's March to March. But what you'll see, each month is pretty much, kind of the same size. And then we've got these three great big fiery red areas. These are where we've had retrogrades. So all the retrogrades taking place this year have taken place. This one actually started in Virgo. That's why Virgo is a bit bigger as well. So it started in Virgo, went into Leo. But when Mercury does the retrograde over the 3-week period that Mercury's retrograde for, it really expands the time it's in the fire sign. So there's a lot more fiery thought going on this year. Anyway, so, originally Mercury went into Virgo on the 26th of July, went in, then went back into Leo, and then is back in on September the 9th, which is the start of this week, and is going to be there until September the 26th, when he goes into the sign of Libra. So really what's going on is whatever was started back in July in terms of cool thinking, ecological thinking, and remember Mercury, is all about thinking and behaviors, like communicative behaviors, learning behaviors, but it's practical in the sign of Virgo, really practical, and it's really pure. It's very purist. And so it does look for the truth, but it's not looking for the intuitive truth or the emotional truth. It's looking for the kind of cold facts almost. I always think that the Virgo energy almost wants to clean things so much that it's almost a bit like an OCD kind of energy. You know, like you might think that you've got something wrong with your skin, and you might keep putting stuff on it. Like a Virgo energy might be trying to get it back to try and see what's going on, but they might be rubbing it so much that they're almost like rubbing the skin away. They're trying to clean it so much that there's nothing else to clean. So thought back in July was about kind of scraping everything clean and getting really kind of realistic and practical. And it's kind of sharp, like the Mercury, you know, like somebody who is that practical and realistic, you know, their truth, their words are going to be like a slap in the face. There's a lot of dissection and analysis. It's kind of scientific. It's really wanting to get to the roots of things. So we had Mercury in Virgo, and then it went back into Leo, almost saying you can't proceed at the moment because you have to include yourself in the story. And so I think the retrograde into Leo was about getting reacquainted with who we are. And now it's coming back into Virgo for a second go at clean thinking. So there's something going on right now that we need to be aware of. And in this short space of time, from the 9th to the 26th, so like 2 weeks, just over 2 weeks, Mercury is going to make a sextile to Mars, opposition to Saturn, a square to Jupiter, an inconjunct to Chiron, a trine to Uranus, an opposition to Neptune, and a trine to Pluto. You know, Mercury is connecting with all the slower planets, you know, obviously Venus and the Sun and the Moon. Obviously, Mercury's making aspects to the Moon. I haven't included those, but, you know, Mercury is aspecting everything pretty much. So he's got a lot going on. Mercury's really strong right now. So yeah, I mean, this might be a good time to get a diary or write down your notes, because I think there's going to be a lot of interesting positions and thoughts and communications and conversations coming up over the next 2 weeks. And again, you know, with the square, that big Jupiter, Saturn, Sun and Moon square, which has a lot to do with the information and a lot to do with purity. I think all that information is going to be causing a lot of concern. Lots of people are going to be talking a lot more and wanting to get to the root of things. So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of turnarounds going on right now. A lot of people turning on their heel, not quite sure where to go, because it's almost like the information that's coming out at the moment feels like a slap in the face. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what's going on. And the Sabian symbol for Mercury going into the sign of Virgo. So I put in Virgo 0 into Linda's website, and it's saying, in a portrait, the best of a person's trait or character are idealized, which again is talking about like going back to the like dissecting and analyzing and clear thinking, having a realistic perspective, not an idealistic one. So the very first degree of going back into Virgo, it's projecting a desired image of yourself or others, paintings, drawings, caricatures, profiles, portraits. All these are hallmarks of people. However, the real thing is character. You may need to be a good judge of character and not read a book by its cover. Look deeply into people. So it might be a bit like, be careful of the news, because, you know, like you see the cover or you see the thumbnail, but you need to look deeper into it, which is what Mercury in Virgo actually wants to do. Is the true picture of a person the man's features presented and recognized? Do you look for the best but avoid undesirable factors? Is this working, or do you sometimes miss the truth? So this really is mirroring, I think, the idea of Mercury going into Virgo. You know, it's really asking you to look deeper. Right. So just to summarize then, yeah, we've got these 7 days coming up. Like I said, Tuesday the 10th is our quiet day. Wednesday the 11th, I think things are getting tense, and then we're kind of making good on it on the Thursday, the 12th. Friday the 13th is an interesting one, giving us a bit of a foreshadow for the insecurity maybe coming up about ourselves. But then as we head into the weekend, we kind of are in the flow of, I think, quite a social embrace. So it might be difficult to remember. So anyway, in a second, I'm going to start the forecasts. Essentially, the forecasts are going to be looking at the Venus-Jupiter trine. I'm definitely including that, and the grand square, and Mercury going to the Virgo. So all three of those that I've spoken about, and also your ruling planet. So whether you have your ascendant, your sun, or your moon in those particular signs, feel free to, listen into each of the different relevant signs for you to get a slightly different feel for it. The ascendant really tunes into the sort of architecture of your life. The sun absolutely to the personality and what you're expressing and bringing out about yourself. And if you're listening into the moon, then I think that's really talking to your psyche. But anyway, I hope you found this part interesting, and let's go on to the next. I realize I'm doing my arms back to front, but never mind. Such is YouTubing and streaming. Anyway, I'll catch you in the next segment. Hey there, Aries. So this is a forecast taking you from Monday the 9th of September until Sunday the 15th of September. This reading is for your sun sign, or if you've got moon in Aries, or ascendant Aries, or rising sign Aries, then feel free to also listen in. In this short reading, I'm going to be covering up a lot of the patterns in this week ahead, including the moon phase that we're in. And right now we start this week ahead on a waxing crescent moon, going towards a first quarter moon phase. And what that is essentially saying is we start the week off and the moon is already in its growth phase, getting bigger and bigger. And that's really, I think, aligned to us setting intentions and getting excited about new action. And then as we're getting to the first quarter point, during the time when the moon is in Sagittarius, it becomes really real. It gets really strong, our desire to take action. And so I really see that this is a week where we're still growing in faith and growing in excitement. And then we're starting to take action based on what's been changing in us. Now, the moon is moving from 9 degrees in the sign of on the 9th, it's moving from the late degrees in Scorpio and going right the way through to almost the end of Aquarius at the end of the week. Now, there are some big aspects going on in this week ahead, and you'll see this great big square on the chart representing a grand cross or a great square, using the moon, the sun, Jupiter, and Saturn, and that's taking place on the 11th. I will be talking about that for sure. Also, Mercury going into Virgo on the 9th. Then we've got the sun square Jupiter on the 12th. That's really fitting into this grand square as well. And also on the 15th, we've got this really exciting aspect, Venus trine Jupiter. Only it's not just a trine with Jupiter. Venus on this particular day, where is she? She's here in Libra, and Jupiter's down here. Jupiter in Gemini is down here. But on that day, on the 15th, we've also got this moon here creating a grand trine, and very not long after, a kite with Chiron. So we've got all of that to cover in this short reading. So where shall I start? Well, I guess the first thing is to I want to pay a little bit of attention to your ruling planet, which is Mars. And, during this week, Mars is picking up a little bit of speed in the sign of Cancer. It moved into the sign of Cancer last week. And like I said last week, the energy right now for you is to take action at home and to get a little bit more confident at home and to work on feeling stronger and safer. I see it as a moment of real deep safeguarding your life, really getting clear on your boundaries around your home, what you let into your home, what you're not going to let into your home. And it's really taking proactive, nurturing action, given that, you know, it's in the sign of Cancer. You know, you're becoming very, very protective of your sacred space, and with good reason. Now, on the 12th, which is also the day when the sun goes into a square with Jupiter, and I'll talk about that in a minute, it's making this really great little sextile to Mercury on the 6th. And I really get the feeling that you've got some idea, you know, something is coming up to help you maybe solve the problem of how you feel a bit more secure. So if that has been something that's on your mind, around the 11th and 12th in particular is a real action time when you're likely to get really clear. So what I'm going to do, actually, now I've looked a little bit at your ruling planet, what I want to do is talk about the actual overall week on a day-by-day basis. Let's pace it out a little bit. So on Monday the 9th, there's a few things happening. So the moon is in an opposition to Uranus in Taurus. So the moon's over here in Scorpio. This is right at the end degrees. And then shortly after, the moon here is making a trine to Neptune. So these are quite big energies. These are you feeling a little bit buffeted by outside influences. It feels like there's outside influences are somehow impinging on your life a little bit. And it might be that you feel like your inner psychology is affected by what's coming up from your deep unconscious mind, almost like something that's like doesn't get much light of day usually, you know, an old thought or behavior system. But also with the opposition, it feels like maybe old attitudes towards money, because of what's going on out in the world, are coming up, and it's it's creating a bit of a psychological energy. You know, is that a psychological concern about your security and your money? I'm not entirely sure. And then the moon goes into the sign of Sagittarius, and there is a square to Mercury. It really feels like you're trying to figure things out. So Monday for you, I think, is a day of really trying to figure things out in up close and personal way. As we head into Tuesday the 10th, that's actually our quiet day of the week. There's not too much happening, and it's quite good, actually. The moon actually makes a trine to the North Node, which I think is really, really helpful. It helps us feel like we're on track. And then later, it's also making a connection to Pluto, which I think is really helpful in as much as it's helping you to feel like, you know, how to feel powerful, you know. So I think the 10th is one of these days that if you want to do things on your own that help to advance your own mission in life, Tuesday the 10th is the one to do it, because there's less noise from the outside. Now, as we head into Wednesday, and I would also say Thursday, that's the 11th and 12th. The 11th is absolutely a day where it's important to be patient. We've got, let's pace this out. So we've got Saturn here in Pisces, absolutely highlighting anywhere where you might be feeling weak, and a little bit under par, maybe a little bit sidetracked. Maybe you feel like there's something that's just like jumped out at you from your unconscious mind, and it's making you feel really limited because you realize you weren't quite prepared for it. And then Jupiter in the 3rd house, which is really showing there's this inordinate need to do stuff socially. It feels like there's a lot of social pressure to respond to things. That's building up pressure. Then the sun here in the sign of Virgo is absolutely, I think, bringing like a sort of like a business head to the conversation. So, you know, you're wanting to be matter of fact and business-like and get to the bottom of things, even though you're feeling slightly under par, even though it feels like there's a mounting pressure to be in meetings or to respond to people and to listen to what people are saying. And then at the same time, the moon is a real distractor in this 9th house area of your chart, in the sign of Sagittarius. It's really distracting you. To me, it feels like there are plenty of distractions. Really, all you want to be doing is working out this energy here between Saturn and the sun. It feels like you're trying to work out how to feel more confident about the thing that has slightly blindsided you. And yet there's these big distractions coming. Now, is it that you need to turn your computer off? You need to turn the news off? You need to switch off X, Facebook, YouTube, like turn everything off so you're not distracted by anything that the world is trying to pull you into. And also manage the people that are coming to you. To me, the 11th is one of these days where everyone seems slightly on edge and everyone else thinks their needs are more important than yours. They're not quite right there. You know, you need to absolutely put your needs first. And what might be helpful as you're going into the 11th and 12th, and I'm sure you're really able to do this given that you've got Aries, you know, so prominently in your chart, is just absolutely let people know when you'll talk to them and when you're not going to talk to them. So it might be that you set up an out of office and say, look, I'm busy working on something important right now. If you want to reach me, I'm available between these times. Failing that, I'll be back in touch in 2 days' time. So really manage things so that you are not overloaded, because the overload is coming out in your professional world and in your day-to-day space, and you really want to keep it together. So really pay attention to that on Wednesday the 11th. And then on Thursday the 12th, I see that as a day of really taking action. On the 12th, the Sun and Jupiter are really in the tightest of the squares. They're in an exact square. And also that is the day when your ruling planet is in a sextile to Mercury. So it feels like whatever has transpired the day before, you've had a bit of a brainwave about, or some extra information has come in, and all of a sudden you're like, Eureka, I know it. And you're really working hard to get it fixed. It does feel like the people around you, maybe in your work community, in your local community, and your neighborhoods, it's all your colleagues, your peers, and such like. To me, it feels like you're getting extreme amounts of pressure to connect with them. And yet you really don't want to. So I think you're going to get some ideas that will help you fend them off. I think you're going to get an idea that helps you feel like your life is your own and that you're back in control of it. But I see that the Thursday, the 12th, is a day when you start to take action on it, you know, when things get much clearer. I mean, during that day, the moon also is going into the sign of Capricorn, really helping you to stay very focused and unemotional, which I think is actually going to be quite beneficial. Now, as we come into Friday the 13th, I would say Friday the 13th is almost like the start of the weekend for you. It feels more like a normal day. It feels like expectations are a bit more balanced. The moon's in a sextile to Saturn. Thereby, you know, we are feeling like we can take practical action. There's a bit of a square to Venus. So your biggest enemy on that day is yourself. You know, you might be wanting to connect to someone close to you, and yet you're still feeling a little bit uptight. It's a reminder really to kind of shake it off. You know, I don't know if you feel this, you know, if you've been away for a few days, or if you've done a really big meeting, or you've had a really big day. Like I used to be a freelance trainer. So I do these like 8 hours of solid delivery. And at the end of it, I would need a bit of space before I could go back to my family or my friends. You know, you need that space. If you've just done a long drive, you can't quite go straight to bed. You usually just need an hour to yourself to like come back into your body. I think that's what's really needed on Friday the 13th, you know, to get back in your body so you can reconnect with people, because then there's a lovely trine to the sun, which is really, really helpful. And I think there are some conversations that are likely to come up that might trigger things, but could also help you to regain that intimacy that you might have lost earlier in the week. Now, as Saturday arrives, that is a very sort of sizzling day of outside influences coming in. Again, a little bit like Monday. On that day, the moon is in a trine to Uranus, creating a lot of excitement. It's here, the trine from Capricorn to Taurus. That creates a lot of excitement, and it's quite dreamy when it connects into Neptune. The moon then makes a conjunction to Pluto, and we're feeling things really, really deeply. Sorry, just before it comes into Aquarius. It's just Pluto's back in Capricorn now, isn't it? Then it comes into Aquarius, and then the sun is in an inconjunct with Chiron. So to me, you know, Saturday the 14th, the energy is exciting because of the connection to Uranus. You know, that is creating this sense of wanting to sizzle and crackle and be creative and spontaneous. And I think that's great. And the conjunction to Pluto is absolutely energizing. And then as the moon goes into Aquarius, which is absolutely all about social activities and feeling the freedom to be as social as you want and to connect as much as you want. I just think it's bringing up a lot of sort of exciting energy. And then that leads straight into Sunday the 15th. Now, Sunday the 15th is, this is the day when the Venus trine comes into Jupiter. Now, this is a grand trine because it also connects to the moon. These are the benefics. This is the, like Jupiter is the planet associated with growth and optimism, and Venus is about flow and relating. And then the moon, the feelings. This is almost about being popular, feeling in the center of things, feeling quite central, quite optimistic, quite hopeful. You know, it's a great day to meet people. It's a great day to meet someone new if you're single, if you're dating. Organize a date on the Sunday. You know, that's really, really good timing. And then later on in the day, there's a final aspect when Venus is really starting to approach an opposition with Chiron. That's not going to happen until the following week, but it's really starting to come in. So to me, it feels like there's a much deeper level of intimacy that we are developing over this time. But Sunday is a time to reach and connect and to enjoy ourselves. So yeah, an energized start and then quite a loving and intense end to this particular week in September. If you want to know more about the deeper patterns, then I absolutely recommend that you listen to the first part of this video. I realize I haven't actually touched on Mercury going into Virgo, so I'll just pay a little bit of attention to that. You know, whatever you were starting around July the 26th in terms of whatever you were puzzling over, trying to get to the bottom of, you know, Mercury in Virgo is really getting to the bottom of things, looking really clearly at things, even things that you're not necessarily that comfortable to look at. It's like you're trying to get a purity of thought, a real sort of like sanctuary in terms of how you're managing your life. It's really bringing in this energy of clearing the decks so that you can see things clearly. Again, I speak quite a bit about this in the first part. So if that is pulling up some thoughts, then absolutely check that out. But anyway, have a fantastic week ahead, Aries. I'm sending you lots of love from Portugal. And if you would like to connect with me, all you have to do is invite me to work with you. All you have to do is check out the all of the details below in the description field, and then we can sort something out. But anyway, have a great week and catch you next week, because next week is the big one. Next week is the one with the partial lunar eclipse, and also on the Sunday the 22nd, that is our equinox as well. So big week, that one. All right, take care. Catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey there, Taurus. How are you doing? Now, this is for you if you've got your sun in Taurus, your ascendant or rising sign in Taurus, or even your moon in Taurus. If you've got lots of Taurus energy, this is for you. Now, you see there's some interesting shapes and patterns coming up. And so what I'm going to do over the next quarter of an hour or so, maybe a bit more, who knows, I'm going to hopefully explain it all. So we've got the arc of the moon or the direction that the moon's going in. So the moon starts off the week, and the week is from the 9th of September until the 15th of September 2024. So the moon starts off in the late degrees of Scorpio, moves through Sagittarius and Capricorn. At this point, you know, the moon phase goes from being in a waxing crescent phase, that's the growth phase, you know, where we're starting to set intentions and get excited about things. And it starts to move into the first quarter phase. And that's the bit where, you know, we're taking stronger action, you know, we're committing to things. So this is going to be a dynamic week. I'm quite sure of that. And then the moon is going into the sign of Capricorn on the 12th. And it's there until the 14th. And then on the 14th, the moon is going to go into the sign of Aquarius. And then it stays in Aquarius until beyond the end of the week. So, this is the part of your chart where the moon is going through. And this is quite an interesting one, because when the moon's going through the 8th house, it tends to bring up a lot of stuff for you in terms of blame, shame, guilt, anger, any of those kind of weird emotions that get you all psychological and get your knickers in a twist. It's a deep place where sometimes the discomfort of emotions comes up. And then, like from the 12th and 14th, when it's in the sign of Capricorn, you're most likely to feel like you're looking for freedom to think, freedom to breathe and move and see things and be really sort of keen for experience. And at the end of the week, it's more of a focus in terms of your career. Now, there's some big aspects going on in this week ahead. We've got Mercury going into the sign of Virgo. This is for the second time. If you want to know more about this, all of these things I'm going to explain here, I've detailed in quite a bit in the first part of this video. So there's a lot more there. Obviously, I can't say it 12 times in the forecasts. But yeah, Mercury's going into the sign of Virgo for the second time. Like, Mercury went into Virgo around the 26th of July, if I'm not mistaken, and kind of dipped his toe in to see how he could clear things up and get really sort of crystal clean about things that bring you joy in terms of your thinking and how you're managing your joy, managing your passions, managing your children, managing your intimacy. Mercury is really incisive in the sign of Virgo and really wants to get to ground zero, really wants to clear away anything that's like fuzzy or, where there's a picture that's not quite obvious to clearly see. But anyway, Mercury then went retrograde into Leo. But anyway, Mercury's back on the 9th. And so whatever you were starting to get clear about at the end of July, Mercury's back to finish off the job, and he's doing it quite quickly. He's doing it in 3 weeks. So whatever is going on in terms of your passion and intimacy that you want clarity on, the next 3 weeks, things are going to get really clear. We've got the Sun in a square to Jupiter. We've also got Venus in a trine to Jupiter, which I'll be talking about. The Venus trine Jupiter is really important. This is happening at the end of the week. And I'm going to pace through this in a second, and I'm going to end on this note. Venus is your ruling planet. So this last thing that happens on the 15th, but it's building up all week. But on the 15th, it's beautiful. If you're single and really wanting to connect to new people, or, find a lover, if you were to organize a first date on Sunday the 15th, that would be a fantastic date to organize something. Earlier on in the day is better than later on because, just because of the position of the moon. But anyway, let's pace through each of the days one by one. So the 9th, so Monday the 9th. Now, this is a pretty busy day. Not only do we have Mercury going into the sign of Virgo, which always, I always think that when the planets change signs, it creates a frisson of stronger energy. The Mercury energy is strong on that day. But we've also got the moon in an opposition to Uranus right at the end degrees of Taurus and the end degrees of Scorpio. That's creating a feeling of frustration. You might not be feeling free. You might be really wanting to feel free in your relationships. To me, it feels like there's heavy expectations, and it's like, oh my God, are we still doing this? Why do I feel caught up in this drama? And it really feels like you want to be free of something. Pretty much at the same time, the moon is also making a trine to Neptune. I mean, you have tried to have quite an uplifted view of things, in response to this feeling caught and feeling trapped. So, I do think you're probably trying to spiritualize your way out of it, trying to go into that I am state, the kind of like I guess the key to this is to not identify with what's going on, you know, to kind of take a step back. If you could see your life from the perspective of a third party perspective, almost as if you could step outside your body. So whatever drama is going on, you're not so identified with. It's more like you're an observer. That would really, really help. And then, you know, the sun is going to go into, the moon is going to go into the sign of Sagittarius, and it's going to make a square to Mercury. And then there's so much intense thought based on this feeling of being trapped, this feeling of being kind of trapped in a personal ego thing. You know, maybe people are seeing something in you and accusing you of something, or you feel like you've got this reputation that you can't quite kind of clear. Really, you're looking for the freedom of it. And I just think Monday the 9th is really bringing it up. Now, as that kind of bleeds into Tuesday the 10th, there's not so much going on in terms of aspects. And what I would advise you focus on is recognize where you actually are on track. So whilst Monday the 9th might have thrown you off track a little bit, on Tuesday the 10th, you know, as the moon makes a lovely trine to the North Node, and also is coming into I mean, this happens before the sextile to Pluto, we've got this energy of feeling empowered, you know. So the key to the 10th, I think, is that you can recognize where you have got it right. And it's important to focus on where you have got it right and where you are actually stepping forwards. You know, if you focus more on what feels good right now and where you feel more empowered right now, you're less likely. It's almost like whatever else is going on, if you kind of defocus from it, stand away from it, it will likely sort itself out in time. It's just in the moment when we're, you know, experiencing these big things that appear to attack our identity, we feel it so acutely. It feels like it's right now, and it feels like an immediate attack. But, you know, from the perspective of Tuesday the 10th, I really do think you'll realize that actually you're making massive progress. And of course, when you are making progress, other people sometimes, you know, maybe feel left behind or don't feel quite so on board. But please do keep your eyes on the prize. Keep focusing on what is working, because as this week goes on, I think you're going to be able to free up more of your energy to focus on the things that you love. Now, Wednesday, the 11th, is our really, really dynamic day, and that's related to this square. And it's also going into Thursday, the 12th, when the sun makes an exact square to Jupiter. So what's going on with this? So what we've got long term, Saturn has been in the sign of Pisces. I think it's about 15 degrees at this particular stage. Jupiter is around 20 degrees, I think, in the sign of Gemini. So these guys are in a square anyway. And this square I've spoken about in my Jupiter Saturn square video. And, you know, they're going to be in a square pretty much until the early summer next year. So we need to get used to it. You know, what I think is happening right now is we've got the old guard and the new guard, and they're kind of fighting over who has precedence. It's interesting I use the word precedence, because it is, you know, at one level there is this kind of fight going on, you know, in the world right now. There's all these distractions as to whether we like the old guard, like the old rulership, or the new rulership. And you can see this not just playing out in your own home country. If you look around the world, you'll see it playing out in multiple countries. There's, you know, there's stuff going on in every continent at the moment. That it feels like there is this big cleanse or change going on right now. Now, of course, what's, you know, as above, so below, what's going on out there is also going on in here at some level. So, you know, there is also this pressure in terms of how are you in yourself? Where has the old guard really determined your friends, and possibly how valued you felt? As opposed to what new thoughts can you have about yourself that determine your actual value? You know, I think one of the things that you're being challenged with right now is how to maintain your value and your purpose and your feeling of mission, even if the people around you don't appear to be supportive. If you've always got your value from people pleasing, and from other people's feedback, this is going to be a challenging time. This is a time for you to build confidence in your own skills. Now, whilst that's also going on, the sun in this part of your chart is absolutely encouraging you to put your passions first, put your love first, put your intimacy first, your children, if you have children. Everything that is creative should come first. And of course, you might be thinking, well, I can't do that because I need to sort out my actual value or my worth in life or my mission. I need to sort it out. What's important to recognize, especially as we're going into the 12th, is that your true value is coming from you expressing yourself. So the more you do express yourself, the more able you are to feel the value of who you are. And of course, ultimately, are we actually who we say we are? Or are we, are we an animating force? Are we a divine energy in these bodies? At this level of astrology, we're really looking at your individual focus, but ultimately, you are a creator. And so I think the sun coming into here, challenging Jupiter on the 12th, is reminding you, actually, I'm beyond this. This is a real kind of terrestrial concern, my money. And of course, we all think about it. I do. I'll hold my hand up. I'm not thinking, I'm just going to create and do nothing else. But this is really calling on you to create more. And how can you create more? And so, yes, it's feeling tense. Now, at the same time as this is happening, the moon is up here in the sign of Sagittarius, reminding you of every self-sabotage you've ever had, every time you've judged yourself according to your family's judgments and expectations on you. So it almost feels like you've got this pattern running of family issues and then friendships and networks and what they're expecting of you. So I really see that the 11th and the 12th is about you feeling freer to create your own value, recognize who you are, what you're giving the world, and recognize that it's only you that can feel good about yourself. And it needs to come from you. So I don't know how you're going to do that exactly. I often think that if people could just get into this middle part of their chart where they're not feeling pulled in any direction, they'd be really at peace. But hey, this is where we are. We're all sort of identified in our patterns. But yeah, that's Wednesday and Thursday. Now, something else on Thursday, the moon does go into the sign of Capricorn. And on that day as well, we've got Mercury is connecting up to Mars in Cancer. And there is this feeling of decisions. It does feel like we can take practical decisions on that day. So it might be that you do get this kind of brainwave that all of a sudden you feel it in your body and you really do know what to do. Anyway, I want to move on to the 15th when Venus is coming into the trine with Jupiter. I realize I've just skipped Friday the 13th and Saturday the 14th. In fact, I'm just going to go there first. Sorry, I'm a bit jumpy. So Friday the 13th then, the moon is in Capricorn. And that I think of as being quite a normal day. It's a day when things are getting a bit more practical. The moon is in a sextile to Saturn. So, you're not torturing yourself so much in terms of the expectations that family and close relatives might be putting on you. You're feeling a lot more practical. There is also a lovely trine to the sun on this day, so we're tending to feel a little bit better about ourselves. But there are a couple of squares that is coming up on Friday the 13th. And that's giving us a little bit of a peek into something that's happening next week, in the week of the 16th to 22nd. Because during that week, Venus, which is your ruling planet, this is why I'm telling you this, I'm not sharing this with everyone, but Venus is going to be exactly in opposition to Chiron. Now, this is a time when, and I've spoken about this in part 1, so if you do want to look ahead into this, please do check that out. But Venus in opposition to Chiron is likely to bring up reminders of where we've not felt good enough, but also maybe where we felt a bit bullied, where we felt that that we actually were born wrong, that there was really something wrong with us, that maybe we didn't feel confident in ourselves, in the way we look. Maybe there's something that doesn't quite fit in with the conformity of what beauty might look like. And so it's really talking about deep insecurity. And There is a little sort of micro look at that on Friday the 13th, because the moon is actually going to be square to Venus and also square to Chiron. So it's really linking in the two themes of not feeling quite comfortable in our beauty and our grace and our flow, and also feeling a little bit insecure ever so slightly. Saturday is a crazy busy day. The moon actually comes into a conjunction with Pluto. Then it goes it's also going into a trine with Uranus. So this is very, very creative and strong and powerful. That's why I said that the 14th, Saturday the 14th, is a crazy day. This is a day where you really want to build on ideas that come up, when you're with friends, when you're feeling very confident. The feeling of the moon and Uranus in a trine is absolutely about spontaneity and to really go with the flow, and whatever ideas are coming up intuitively, like roll with them. But it's empowering. If you're feeling empowered and intuitive, roll with it. Really do roll with it. And there is also a trine with, a sextile with Neptune, which is adding a touch of the ethereal as well. So I think it's a great day. There's a lot of outside influences coming in, but I think you can alchemize them. I think you can use them. And then the last day, and this is the big day, and this is the big pattern. So we've got Venus in a trine with Jupiter exactly at 20 degrees. Again, I speak about this in the first part of the video at great length. Venus is about flow and love and connection and relating. And then Jupiter is also benefic. He is beneficial. He is absolutely about your growth, your faith, your trust in life. And he's quite fun. He's got a great sense of humor. So this is, I think, about feeling popular. So even though I said, we have got this like hints of a lineup about not feeling attractive enough, or maybe feeling insecure about something to do with, our outside appearance, or how good we are in our loving relationships. We've also at the same time, we've got the energy showing us where we are. And I think it's really important to make hay while the sun shines. On Sunday, connect deeply, connect as deeply as you dare to go. Venus in the 6th is, I think, really showing that you can come to terms and make beautiful your life. Make your life feel really beautiful and comfortable and sumptuous, and invite people in. Really share in your personal, like the flow of your life. And Jupiter in the 2nd is absolutely bringing a feeling of abundance to you. There is a flow that is available. And then the moon turns into a grand trine during this day. So if you're single, or if you're just feeling a bit lonely, the 15th is a fantastic time to arrange a meetup. Really, really good energy. Really, really building on the rest of the energy. So, I see it as quite a chaotic start to the week, and then it's ending on a real high note and a sense of possibility, and also a sense that maybe you do understand what your value is, what you are bringing to the world. So I hope that's helpful to you, Taurus. I hope you have a fabulous week ahead. Obviously, if you do want to look at things at a deeper level, then just invite me to work with you. All of my details are below in the description field. And I give you access to my calendar. All you have to do is just go in, pick a time that works for you, and then we can sort something out. But anyway, have a fantastic week ahead. Next week is the big one. Next week we've got the partial lunar eclipse on the 18th, and then on the 22nd we're heading into the September equinox. So hope to see you next week for that one. But anyway, have a great one and catch you next time. Bye for now. Hey Gemini, how are you this week? I hope you're feeling well. This is the forecast taking you from Monday the 9th of September until Sunday the 15th of September. And it's an interesting one. This energy that we've got some really big patterns. As you'll see, there's a blooming great big yellow square in the center of this chart showing a grand cross. I did a separate video about grand crosses. They are absolutely affecting the mutable signs more so than any other sign of the zodiac. And of course, Gemini is a mutable sign. So this could be quite a big and frustrating day on the 11th when this big old square comes in. So let's pace through what I'm going to share with you in this week ahead. So first of all, the moon is going from the late degrees of Scorpio right the way through to the late degrees of Aquarius. And we're changing moon phase. We start off the week and it's in a waxing crescent stage where the moon is growing and where we're feeling confident. We're sort of setting intentions. We've got a sense of direction and a sense of pace. And then around the time when the moon is in Sagittarius going in, sort of around here, then the moon is going into the first quarter phase. And there is this feeling that it's time to actually take action. So if you think about it, you're sowing seeds, but you're not just sowing seeds, you're actually planting plants. You're really sort of like taking action. Maybe you're putting fertilizer in as well. So this, I think, is quite a direct day. The area where the moon is moving in your chart is really covering your experience with other people. A lot of this time is with the moon in Sagittarius and Capricorn. That's where the bulk of it is. And that's your 7th and 8th house. So it's about your partners and your friends and those people close to you. And then when it's in the 8th house in the sign of Capricorn, it's really pulling on the values and expectations that other people share with you or put on you. So you may well feel that when the moon is in Capricorn, you're suddenly feeling slightly under attack, because we feel other people's judgments of us quite a lot when the moon is in this position. And then towards the end of the week, you should feel that lighten off as it's in the sign of Aquarius. And as you start to get a sense of freedom and liberty and a feeling that there's a bit of a break, it's like you take a breather. So that's pretty good. I like that. So Mercury is your ruling planet and he's going into Virgo on the 9th, literally on Monday the 9th. And I think this is quite helpful. I mean, Mercury did go into Virgo on the 26th of July. And then a few days later went retrograde and then was retrograde in Leo. And now Mercury has been direct and he's finally going back to finish off what he started. So my question to you is, what were you thinking about around July the 26th? Now, the energy of Mercury in Virgo is about cleansing and it's kind of dissecting. It's really wanting to get to the bottom of things, really analyze things, really kind of cleanse the way, anything that seems distracting is kind of shaved away and swept away, and this area is very much about your home and your family and your relationships at home, and also some of your habitual behaviors that have come from your childhood that you've absolutely picked up from the people around you. So I think there is this deep analysis, and maybe you started that back at the end of July and then was kind of pulled back into the community and what they think about you when it was retrograde, but now it's back. And over the next 3 weeks, Mercury is going to be zooming through the 4th house in the sign of Virgo for you. It's really going to be, I don't know, no stone is left unturned. This is a time when you're unscrupulous at getting to the bottom of what is going on within your home and your family. So that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Yeah. And so that's really starting off the week, that energetic. Other things that are going on Monday in particular, we've got we've got the moon in an opposition to Uranus. Now, these oppositions, especially when they're going through these parts of the chart, it feels very close to home. The moon in opposition to Uranus is really bringing up like shocking bits of information. It's bringing up stuff that maybe you'd forgotten about, old things that you'd wanted to forget about, you kind of papered over the cracks. And to me, it feels like there's these bits of information. And now, if you are quite a transparent Gemini, if you are really quite determined to get to the depths of what has been going on in your life, then I actually think this could be a time when you have some real deep intuitive downloads, these moments of the like penny dropping. It's almost like things are shockingly coming into your awareness. It's like, there it is. So yeah, don't fear this. I think this is working at a really deep, like psychic, intuitive and an unconscious level. It's very, very awakening energy on the 9th. And similarly, the moon is making a trine to Neptune. So it's also bringing out a lot of creative ideas that you might want to seed into your career. You know, so for instance, if you've had ideas on how you want to evolve it or change it, to me, it feels like there's a much greater, more ethereal, spiritual way that you want to be working. And so maybe these two aspects are working hand in hand. And then later on, as the moon goes into the sign of Sagittarius, it creates a square to your Mercury. And then you're applying your thinking to home and thinking, well, how can that work, you know, with my setup as it is right now? So Monday the 9th really gets the ball rolling and gets things spinning quite a bit. Now, Tuesday the 10th is quite an easy day. It's got the overlap of Monday, and it will start to pick up the feelings of Wednesday, and Wednesday is a very strong day. But Tuesday the 10th is the day to do something creative for yourself. You know, if you're trying to plan some time for yourself to do something, essentially the moon comes into a sextile with Pluto. That is helping you notice where you might be powerful. And it's also coming into a trine with the North Node, helping you realize that you, A, are empowered, and B, on track. So I think Tuesday is more of a spiritual day, you know, where you're able to tune in. Maybe you're able to tune out everyone else, but tune in to what's really going on for you. And actually, you've got further than you realize. I think Tuesday is the day to realize that. I really hope you do. Now, as Wednesday comes up, this is the big one, and that's really leading into Thursday. Wednesday and Thursday are busy. There's a lot going on. Like our heads are like busy bees, like everything's buzzing inside, in particular for you, Gemini. So, you know, it starts with this square, actually. You know, we've got Saturn here in your 10th house, really trying to put more responsibility on you in your work day, and in terms of how you show up in the world. It might feel like you've got a lot of heavy stuff on your shoulders and lots of people expecting a lot from you at the moment. And then Jupiter's in your first house, really just wanting to feel enlightened and feel relaxed and not to have the weight of the world on your shoulders. The funny thing is, actually, what's going on right now with Jupiter in the first, Jupiter in your own sign is showing you just how unique and special you are, and also how much growth is available to you. And you probably don't want to take on lots of responsibility right now, because, you know, that's going to stop you in your tracks from evolving into the person you're trying to become. So I do see some real tension there. And then, you know, during the week, or, you know, the sun started to come into a trine with, Jupiter. It's already done an opposition with Saturn, you know, so the sun is reminding you that you've also got responsibilities at home. And so again, you know, it's like there's heavy weight on your shoulders at work, responsibilities at home, and yet you just want to feel free to express yourself and to evolve what's going on. And so on the 11th, as the moon comes into the sign of Sagittarius and completes this square, it feels like then there's an opposition coming in as well, you know. So the moon here is also reminding you about your relationship, and your relationship to not just your partner but to your friends as well. And like, how can you maintain your relationships whilst you've got all this heaviness in your career, whilst you're also trying to build up your home and build up your family and make them feel much more, watertight, and also develop yourself. I would really say the opportunity right now to go into yourself and actually kind of go into yourself and come out the other side, you know, realize your immortality, realize that you are more than just your body, and you're more than the stories of your career, your relationship, and your home and your family. To me, this opportunity with Jupiter going through here is to recognize how vast you are, and how much of you as yet has been untapped. And it's like, if you could only see that you were so much bigger than you are, you could start to radiate out from that place of magnificence. Now, that's what I wonder how you're going to be doing. To me, that's where I would put my energy. And this would be a really great way to go, further into this week, because later on this week, Jupiter is making a lovely, beautiful trine with Venus on the 15th, and things could really expand and open up for you. So I will talk about that in a second. So that's the 11th. Now, as we come into the 12th, the Sun and Jupiter are very, very square. So it feels like, yes, you can express yourself. And yes, how are you also going to afford your home, or how can you do that and make that balance? So that, to me, feels like something to work on. Now, it just so happens on the 12th, Mercury is also, that's your ruling planet, is making a sextile to Mars. So I actually do think you're able to take action, and this is also at a time when we are, in that first quarter. So to me, it feels like you've had enough, you've got an idea now, and you're ready to take action on something. And it might be that you just are clearing something. There's something you wanted to do at home, and you just think, you know what, actually, I'm more important. My own evolution, my own ability to tap into the wonder of me is more important right now. So to me, I think you're taking action and maybe changing some of your priorities. So that's the 12th and the 11th and 12th. Then Friday the 13th, this is quite a standard day. It's quite a normal day, but don't be fooled. So, the moon is making a few different aspects. For instance, the moon at some point is going to be in a trine with the sun. That's helpful. It helps us to feel a bit balanced. It's also making a sextile to Saturn. That's helping us to feel practical and to not get too emotional. But the 13th is also bringing up some, it's just like hitting a nerve. No, it's not. Hang on. I'll tell you what, it's like playing a note that we're not going to hear until next week. I don't know if you've ever done an experiment with sound and distance. I remember when I was at infant school, we all stood at one end of the field, and there was somebody at the other end of the field, and they banged a drum, and then we had to raise our hands when we heard the bang. And there was a difference between the moment it banged and the moment we received it. And so on Friday the 13th, there is the drop. There is a beat of something new that is going to land, that we're going to start to hear and pick up on next week. And that next week is the week of the equinox, the September equinox, and also the partial lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces. So it is quite a big week. But what is being picked up on is the moon is going to make a square to Venus and also make a square to Chiron. And it's bringing up on an underlying confidence issue, an underlying feeling. And it's not so much that you're not good enough, but maybe that your body's not good enough, or the way you look's not good enough. So it's, in some respects, it's superficial. However, it picks up on old bullying, those old wounds that, most of us have got, from a time in our childhood, when, somebody laughed at, the shape of our hands or something, and all of a sudden, there is this thing that you've got. But there is this hint of a confidence issue coming in. So like Friday the 13th, practical day. But if you start to get something that doesn't feel quite right, where you just maybe feel like, oh, that weirdness thing, that thing that makes me a bit weird or stand out, that I feel uncomfortable about, whatever comes up, make a note of it. And if you get a quiet moment, start to think about it, start to unpick it a little bit, because as the opposition between Venus and Chiron come in, it's likely to bring up quite a bit, and better to be prepared for it than to be completely surprised by it on such a big ecliptic an equinox week, so start to unpick it now. You might find, I think they say a stitch in time saves 9, don't they? So you might find that little thing that comes up, you're able to talk to your inner child a little bit and just help her out, or him out. But I'm just sharing that with you so that, it's less shocking. Saturday the 14th is a big day, loads of energy. And it feels like the moon is impacted by the outers. So, the moon on this day does a trine to Uranus, bringing up stuff from your unconscious mind. Lots of stuff. It's like stuff is coming in. To me, it feels like there's influences coming in from outside that you wouldn't have thought of, and it has an emotional reaction on you. So it's not like you're going looking for things. It feels like things are coming looking for you, if that makes sense. So it's surprising, it's intuitive, and you're probably feeling in flow, which brings a bit more. The moon is also going to be in a sextile to Neptune. So there's a dreaminess and a desire to be a bit more ethereal. And then the moon makes a conjunction with Pluto and then goes into the sign of Aquarius, where it's really wanting to stamp its independence and to feel quite free. What this is creating is, I think, a sense of lots of things going on. You're reacting to them in real time on Saturday the 14th. And then all of a sudden you're feeling quite decisive and you're like, okay, I must leave this pattern. I've got to go. I've got to find some freedom. And then I think that really picks up on the weekend. It feels like a time to feel free, to feel unfettered. And it's leading up to this lovely last aspect, which is Venus trine Jupiter. So if you remember earlier in this recording, I said, if you could put yourself first and allow yourself to absolutely bring in the entirety of who you are, like if you could see the immortal side of you and that beautiful, talented side of you that, exists and you're not tapping into because you've just been so in the very mundane world trying, basically, I mean, we're all there with you, to be honest. Well, Jupiter is meeting up with Venus, and she's in this place of passion, of love, of feeling excited and really, really enjoying the world. And then the moon comes into this lovely trine, really bringing up this feeling of freedom. This is, the way I see it is we start the week in chaos and we end with a pattern of love. So this is a great week for you. I think, as we come into the end, you're feeling mighty fine, Gemini. So I hope that's helpful. If I can be of any further help, just get in touch. My details are below. Just invite me to work with you. That's all you need to do. Book a session in my diary, and then it's all very simply taken care of. But if not, have a lovely week ahead and catch you in the equinox and eclipse week next week. Bye for now. Hey there, Cancer. So this is your forecast for the week starting the 9th of September, taking you right the way through to Sunday, the 15th of September. Now, this is an interesting week because we are in a first quarter moon phase. It starts off with waxing crescent, goes into a first quarter. What this is meaning is really we're in a strong growth phase where we're really ready to start taking action. So there is a much bigger feeling of movement than there was last week. So I like that right off the bat. Given that you're ruled by the moon, that makes it doubly important. Now, there's a lot of things I'm going to be talking about in this week ahead. And if anything, like for you, I want to get you prepared, I guess, for the energy that's coming up with next week's eclipse. And obviously I'm going to be recording separate videos about the eclipse, but next week from the 16th to 22nd, you've got the partial lunar eclipse, which obviously is a real moon thing. And then we've also got the September equinox. So as I'm talking to you about this particular week, 9th to 15th, I've got in my mind's eye, I've got your back. I will think about other things that, you might want to be aware of energetically. Now, there's some really big patterns. On the 9th that we're starting, we've actually got Mercury going into Virgo. It's the second dip into Virgo. And originally Mercury went into Virgo back in July, on the 26th of July, I think off the top of my head. And of course then went back retrograde into Leo and now is back to finish off the business of what was started. I will come to this in a second. We are also going to have a look at the Sun in a square to Jupiter taking place on the 12th and on the 15th, on the last day of this week, there's a lovely, lovely trine between Venus and Jupiter, which in fact becomes a grand trine when we add in your lovely moon ruler. So there's a lot that we're going to be talking about. And I haven't mentioned this square yet, this big old yellow square. This square is coming up on the 11th. It's known as a grand cross, and it is using the energy of Saturn in Pisces, Jupiter in Gemini, the sun in Virgo, and then the moon, your ruler, in the sign of Sagittarius, is making that fourth quarter. So this is going to be a very, very interactive week for you. Okay, let's pace it through then from the 9th all the way to the 15th and include everything. So we start off this week on the 9th with the moon in Scorpio. It starts off at 21 degrees in the sign of Scorpio, which is really, in fact, when I look at the position of the moon in this week ahead, it really is, I think, quite functional. It's really getting you to attend to the functional aspects of life. In particular, the first 3 days of the week is really about getting your life right and attending to those things that have kind of escaped your attention for a while, and also getting ready to take some good big action. And thereafter, it's about your relationships, so your attention and focus goes on the quality of your relationships with your partner, your children, if you've got children, and your closest friends and allies. And then later, I think it focuses a lot more on your birth family and the kinds of expectations that you've carried on your shoulders right the way through your life. Those patterns and themes are really, really coming up. Now, on the 9th in particular, I think of the 9th as a bit of an interactive day. It starts with some really big aspects, from the moon. In particular, we've got an opposition from the moon to Uranus, which is really stirring as we're coming into, the new week on Monday. This stirring energy is really drawing from this idea of, do you have to do everything with your friends? Is it always more exciting with the people in your life, with your friends? And do you need them to be able to find joy and passion? At the one end, there is this feeling that life starts and ends with friends, and all of the excitement, all of the evolution that you're on in this journey is based on your contacts with other people. And yet right now, with the moon in the sign of Scorpio, what's really going on is this feeling of really wanting to self-determine your joy and to feel that sense of passion, connect into what brings you the most joy, into your creative cycle. And it's almost like, do I need to do everything with everyone else? Or, can't I just have some space to make up my own mind and be creative in my own way? Now, interestingly, the moon is also in a trine with Neptune. And again, there's this feeling of a desire for spiritual freedom, maybe a bit of emotional space. So, when we hit the road running on the week of the 9th to 15th, I really think you've almost had an overwhelmment with people. You just really need to take a few moments back for yourself. Soon after, the moon goes into the sign of Sagittarius, and then you'll be really grateful for a moment to yourself, because it feels like you're getting organized in life. You're needing to take stock of what's going on in your home, with your habits, with your washing pile, most likely. Also, has your diet and your fitness gone, has it lapsed a certain amount in the recent weeks? This is also mirrored by this square to Mercury. It feels like you've got lots and lots of thoughts, and even when you are on your own and doing things to your own satisfaction, it does still feel like there's interference, or there's thinking and comments and interaction with people, but it's not necessarily welcome. I really get the feeling that you just want to kind of push it away for a little bit. Anyway, the 10th is another good day for you to really get some space. I really think the clarity is coming. On the 10th, there's this great sextile to Pluto, and I really get the feeling that you are able to tune into your own personal power And on that day, the moon is then making a trine to the North Node up here, really showing that you are on your journey, you're on the right track, you are doing the right karmic thing right now to be able to feel that sense of career freedom. So I don't know what ideas have been coming up for you, but I think you've got it right. You know, whatever your whatever's occupying your mind around the 10th is really on, you know, on the right path. And then we're coming into Wednesday, the 11th and 12th. And I really think that Wednesday and Thursday are a double act. Wednesday is really setting up the tensions, their core tensions, not necessarily just for you. I mean, everybody is subject to these tensions. And I would say the mutable signs are much more strongly affected than the sign of Cancer. So, you know, you can be thankful for that. But Wednesday the 11th is a particularly stressful day, just in general. You know, like your ruling planet is actually in a mutable sign at that particular time. So it is linking you in. Now, what is this big stressful square about? You know, on the one hand, you've got Saturn in Pisces in the 9th house. Now, as far as like Saturn connections go, in the 9th house, I actually think he's quite beneficial. You know, he's bringing up a kind of studiousness, a need for spiritual space, a need for spiritual learning, a feeling like you want to learn more about the world. And yeah, you might be a bit serious about it. You might be a little bit serious about your spiritual evolution. You might be serious about other sort of big life-changing subjects like politics, like philosophy, religion, and adventure. You know, like how does the world fit together? You do have this kind of serious cast, but it's also really helping you to learn. And I really think it's giving you the space to explore life from your own perspective. I mean, one of the things with a Cancerian is, you know, with all the empathy and all the people pleasing and the real desire to connect at a deep level, it's very easy for you to take on the opinions and judgments and ideas of other people. You know, so I actually think Saturn going through your 9th is really helpful. So you've got that playing off. And then you've got Jupiter in the 12th house. Now, he's really emphasizing any self-sabotage, any old feelings that you have that maybe you've locked away. He's almost bringing them up to be looked at. And in particular, you know, Jupiter is also highlighting your intuition. So you might find that you're learning things, but also having a very strong intuitive knowing, and at the same time having this sense of unrest because deeply held things are coming to the surface. And again, that might be happening because of the authority, the things that you're learning about are creating a sort of authoritative new view of the world, you know, and that might be triggering things in your unconscious mind. There's a lot of deep level change going on for you right now. But then you've also got the Sun in Virgo, which, you know, for you Cancerians is bringing up a lot of interaction in your local community, possibly a bit too much, because, you know, with Mercury in Virgo and the Sun in Virgo, the Virgo energy is really, really strong. And the Virgo energy really does seek to purify things and to get really clear on the core truth and to really sort of like dive down. It really wants to be of service. It really wants to be helpful. But Mercury in the sign of Virgo is kind of dissecting. It's really analyzing things. It's really picking things apart. And so you might find that, yes, you're learning about things and you've got this quite big evolution and change going on, lots of things coming up for you. And yet it might feel like in the community that other people are kind of picking at the things that you're learning or the new points of view that you've got. They're kind of picking at it and dissecting it, which is really, really uncomfortable. Or you might be doing that to the people that you're around. You might be noticing from your new standpoint that a lot of the views of the people around you don't hold any water for you anymore. You might be sort of picking holes in things. And so it's really not comfortable. And then when the moon comes into Sagittarius, and you're really trying to organize your life and live your life with a certain amount of grace and ease and joy, and it all flows smoothly, and actually you're feeling really stuck. The moon comes up here and it feels like, oh my God, overload. I need that peace and quiet. I need a bit of space from the people, the judgments, and maybe I've been learning a bit too much. So, if I could help you get right into this center point where you can just notice everything in all these corners, but actually just chill out and recognize that actually you are a much more magnificent being than the being that yourself, like that knowing that you're building with Jupiter in the 12th house right now, like that intuition, and Saturn up here in the 9th is really helping you to see a much more magnificent idea of what it is to be human. Are we spiritual beings in these flesh suits? You may well have been considering, the implications that you might be an immortal soul, that you are immortal, yourself is immortal. So there's a lot of different things going on. And if you could only get into the middle and recognize your divinity, and leave behind some of these other considerations, I think it would be a lot easier for you on the 11th. That's just maybe a bit too much going on. But then when we move into the 12th, things are moving a bit more. Now, one of the good things about the 12th, I think, is that we've got a more firm square between Jupiter and Jupiter and the Sun. And I really think that on the 12th, you might even put down some boundaries from the people in your community and say, look, actually right now I'm not available. You might put in an out of office. You might just tell people, look, I'm just having a day to myself. Thank you very much. I think it would be really, really helpful for you to, explore and understand yourself at a deeper level without the constant interruptions. But other things that are going on this same day, Mars here, which is in your first house. Again, Mars is also, he went into the first house last week. He's also wanting you to boundary your energy fields right now so that more, like you have more space and less people are encroaching on your space. It's about you feeling safe, and also you creating more safety for yourself. So Mars is working really well with Mercury here. So I really think that if you need to defend yourself or carve out some time, you'll be able to do it quite easily. Those energies are working together. And then it just so happens that the moon, I don't know why I've called it Saturn twice now, but the moon is going into Saturn's sign, Capricorn. It's going into the 7th house. Now, often when the moon goes into the 7th house, life really does become about our partners. Our mind switches to the sort of companionship and the easy give and take between people. And yet on the 12th, I really get the feeling that you're very happy to take a back seat, just have a moment to yourself. Now, as we come to Friday the 13th, I see that as being quite a practical day. And I also see it touching on a couple of nerves if you have an insecurity about the way you look or about something that you were born with that is just who you are, something that's a little bit different about you. And I'll explain why in just a second. First of all, the moon in a sextile to Saturn is really, really helpful. It's just helping everything to go in a practical and calm and easy to digest way on Friday the 13th. We've also got the moon in a trine to the sun. And that's really, really helpful because it feels like your emotions and your physical needs are all in a lovely balance. And so it's just very easy to get those needs met. But there is a little bit of a sort of precursor to some energies that are really coming up next week. And of course, this is the partial lunar eclipse week, the big eclipse, the second part, the second season of the eclipse. There's an eclipse season that we had in March and April. And then this next eclipse season is starting end of September and taking us into October. Of course, as a Cancerian with a moon ruler, this is going to be felt so much more. So this is why I want to kind of warn you a little bit. On Friday the 13th, the moon is making a square to Chiron, where we often feel a little bit vulnerable and a little bit triggered. In your case, it might be about how capable you are, and about how do people see your abilities? Do people see the true you? Do people really see what you're bringing to the table? Do you think you've got what it takes? And the moon is also in a square to Venus. And that's really bringing up a lot about how attractive and how pleasing you are, and maybe the levels that you'll go to when you feel insecure to feel like you're enough. Now, the reason why I'm pointing this out is next week, both Venus and Chiron are going to be in an exact opposition. And when this happens, if you do have some kind of insecurity from the past, especially to do with how you look or kind of what you were born with, almost like something that you might consider an impediment. Now, when I say impediment, I'm not talking about disabilities or anything like that, because, you know, they're just labels that are put on people. What I'm talking about is something that you have felt wasn't quite right about yourself, maybe something that somebody took the mickey out of you for, you know, long ago. And it's those feelings of being kind of born just slightly wonky, just slightly wrong, just not quite not matching up to the standard you were expecting. Now, with Chiron and Venus in opposition, I also think that brings up a sense of bullying, you know, like you're vulnerable because of kind of not fitting in, not matching the mold. So if you've got any of that somewhere lurking, you know, if that rings a bell, as I've described it, it's worth just jotting down your feelings. If anything comes up on Friday the 13th, you know, like as you're going about your day, if something is coming up, make a note of it, take some time to think about it from your now position. You know, obviously when you first felt that, you were much younger and much less able to say, oh my God, I can't believe I took that seriously. I can see now that that opinion that was said about me has no truth at all. But, you know, the feeling of the truth of it from your past is still playing out. So, you know, if that is relevant to you, work on it, talk to yourself, coach yourself through it, or trust somebody that can go through that with you so that you are prepared. And then when that full opposition comes in, you sail through it. I really do think that, I think they say a stitch in time saves 9. You know, if you're aware of any discomfort, then you get to work on it before it sort of grows into a much bigger problem. Because here's the thing, over the weekend, there is a lovely point where you could really release all of this funny feelings, and not feeling quite so great. You know, on Saturday the 14th, I mean, Saturday the 14th is a real kind of whiz bang day. It's loads of energy all over the place. The moon is connecting to the outer planets. The moon, by this point, is around here. It's connecting to a trine to Uranus, which is creating a lot of stimulation, a lot of excitement, a real feeling of wanting to go with the flow and being very spontaneous with your friends. So again, you're coming back into that social feeling. It's also creating a lovely sextile to Neptune, which is really dreamy. It feels like you're ready to go on a bit of an adventure, and just not to think too much about it. And then the moon comes into a conjunction with Pluto, really helping you realize that you do have power in social situations. And then the moon goes straight into Aquarius. You know, it is there to help you realize that, you know, you can be free with the people around you. You can be spontaneous, you can be dreamy, and you can find your power, you know. So this lineup on Saturday, I think, is quite helpful. And then when we go on to Sunday, the 15th, you know, we've got this beautiful lineup. So we've got Venus and Jupiter in this really lovely trine. They're two benefic planets. You know, Venus is about flow, companionship, relating, and Jupiter is about that sort of expansive energy. And then they're meeting with the moon, all three in the lovely air signs. So there's this lovely flow. It's lighthearted, it's generous, it's communicative, there's kind of gentle laughter and grace and things. So, you know, Sunday the 15th is a lovely day to connect. This is when your moon power really comes into its fore. And like I said, if you've already worked out where you weren't feeling secure, this grand trine is there to encourage you and to reconnect you and to show you just how fine you really are. So there you go. That's the week in a nutshell. I hope that was helpful to you. If you would like a deeper dive with me in person, then just book an appointment. Invite me to work with you. All of my details are below. But if I don't hear from you, hopefully catch you next week for that really big update. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey, Leo. So this is your forecast. My husband's doing DIY in the garage next door, by the way, but this is your forecast, just in case you hear noises. This is your forecast taking you from Monday, the 9th of September to the Sunday, the 15th of September. So this is it's quite an important week. I wouldn't say it's the most important. The next two are like really quite busy. We've got the equinox on the 22nd, and also we've got the partial lunar eclipse on the 18th. So this week is kind of showing us some interesting patterns on the lead up to the eclipse. We've got a grand square, or a grand cross, as some people call it. That's happening on the 11th. It's including the moon, the sun, which is your ruling planet, Jupiter and Saturn. So that's a big one. We've also got the sun in a square to Jupiter, just after the big square eases off. But these two come into a square, which is worth you being fully aware of, given that the sun is your ruler. And we've got this real darling trine between Venus and Jupiter on Sunday the 15th. So I'm going to be talking about all of that. Moreover, I'm going to talk about, how your week progresses as we go through the moon signs. So, at the start of this week ahead, the moon is in the sign of Scorpio, right at the tail end. And we're introduced with a waxing crescent sort of energy, which is kind of like it's go, gadgets, go. It's like, let's get moving. It's a lovely kind of refreshing, optimistic, hopeful movement forwards. It feels like we're developing pace. We're getting faster and faster. On the same day, Mercury is going into Virgo for the second time. So Mercury did go into Virgo back in July, right in the end of July. Then he went into Leo to do all of his retrograde bits. And of course, that being your sign, I'm pretty sure that retrograde really worked you quite a bit. Now Virgo is going back to finish off all the bits and bats that, he didn't get to do. Now, Mercury, wherever he goes, is getting us to think more and really consider what our communications are bringing up in our lives and where they're leading us. Now, in the sign of Virgo, Mercury is actually really quite nitpicky and really wants to analyze things and really wants to dissect things. I speak a lot about all of these aspects, all these ones that I'm going to mention today in the first part of this video. So, if you really are interested in learning more, then I really do sort of recommend that you check that out. But he's going to be nitpicking and finding fault in your second house, which is absolutely about your earnings, your potential for earnings, the gifts that you're bringing forwards in yourself into the world, your sense of value for yourself. All of that's going to really come up and under scrutiny. And Mercury is going to be scrutinizing this really quickly. He's going to be there for the next 3 weeks, really kind of getting you to work quite hard on that. So it's worth being aware of that. Now, as we start through this week, so like Mercury's in Virgo, the moon is in Scorpio. The first thing that the moon is doing is having an opposition to Uranus. So it's like, they are really big energies. This opposition between the moon and Uranus is really bringing up the tension between what is at home and what home represents, and then the excitement of being in the world, the excitement of standing in your power, the excitement of showing everyone who you are and what you're there to do. I guess that does tie into the value that you're bringing the world. So to me, it feels like really, really quite critical right from word go of this week ahead. The moon is also making a lovely trine to Neptune, really showing that in analyzing the problems between home and your career and the sort of tensions between it. This trine is actually showing you where those behavior patterns started. Maybe you had one parent that was more career based and the other was more home based. Maybe you had a parent that was really grilling you and saying, this is what you need to achieve, and if you don't achieve that, you're no daughter or son of mine. Maybe you had hard taskmasters, but I do think you're going to get to see the psychology of it. And then later on in that day, the moon goes into the sign of Sagittarius, and it makes a square to Mercury in the second house. So, that scrutiny that I was talking about, that Mercury is going to give your finances, one of the things that's going to come up is, you're wanting to be respected for the gift that, like the personal gift, the thing that brings you joy, your hobbies, or the things that you would love to have as a career. You'll be really, really scrutinizing those. And, if you're already working with your passion, then this might actually give you some really good intel. But if you're not working in your passion job and you're working in something that earns you money, but you're not really turned on to it, you'll be really feeling the tension of that. So yeah, go easy on yourself. As we come to the 10th, which is Tuesday, there's this really nice kind of delightfulness about the day. There's not too much going on. One of the things that's going on is that you can recognize the personal power you have as the moon makes a sextile to Pluto. And the moon is also making a trine. So the moon is trining the North Node, showing you are on the right tracks. So I guess whatever you're learning about yourself on Monday, in particular, in terms of, how can I do something that really matches my real skills and my real talents and my real passions, by the 10th, you're learning how to feel empowered about yourself again. You're not feeling too down on yourself. And that's great, because Wednesday, the 11th, things start to get really boxed in, so this grand cross that I was talking about, first of all, you've got Saturn in the 8th house. Now, Saturn is quite deleterious in the 8th house. Saturn reminds you of, where you're not really matching up to the standards of everyone else. It represents, all those changes you feel like you've gone through in life. And you might be going through a stage in life where you're starting to age and starting to really notice, the aging process. The 8th house is about all the things that we are slightly ashamed about and the things that we keep quiet about. So it's often a place where we worry. And Saturn is quite deleterious here, because he just reminds you how powerless you are here, unless you're able to be quite strong and parent yourself. Saturn here really needs you to parent yourself in a sort of good parent way, where you're not sort of being punitive, you're not talking to yourself in a nasty way, but you're saying, look, you can do this. It's listening to yourself and coaching yourself through it. So you've got this kind of critical parent thing going on in your head, most likely. And then in the 11th house is showing that there's loads of social opportunities, loads and loads of stuff coming on. And it just feels like the world's your oyster. And yet you've got all these judgments from the past, probably about why you're doing too much and how you're using your time and stuff, how you'll never amount to anything if all you're doing is having fun all the time. So it's quite a strong energy. And this is playing out for the next 9 or 10 months. So, sometimes that message will be louder, like on this day when it's also got the moon here and the sun in the picture. But for a lot of the time, you'll be able to kind of deregulate it, down regulate it, and not pay too much attention to it. But it's a bit of a theme in the background. But the sun here in Virgo, whilst you've also got Mercury in Virgo, sort of analyzing your earnings and really looking deeply about how effective you are as an adult. Yeah, that's going to be quite difficult, in terms of this opposition with Saturn, who is like the kind of cruel parent telling you all of your shames and blames and guilts and things like that. And then you've got the moon here in Sagittarius, again, bringing out the things that you're passionate about. So I really do think that there is this very strong pull between your friends and your passions and the things you love doing, and then the things that kind of turn you cold and make you feel like a little school child who's just not up to the job. And I don't know how you're going to work it out. Hopefully, and I recommend this to a few signs, but really, hopefully you can get into the middle of this and realize that there's probably a style that incorporates all of that at some point, whereby you can find a midpoint and kind of sort of bed down into that. And I really hope so, because you are magnificent. You have this great ability of bringing new opportunities to you, and also rising to those, to the new positions that are made possible to you. You have this ability to be confident. I mean, you're ruled by the sun, so you are very expressive. You're very happy to be in the center, and you are happy to have a little bit more power and energy, and to be a lot more visible. So I really do think, the more you can work with your passions and also really leverage your networks, that will be supremely helpful to you. I guess, it's going to take a lot of patience and self-discipline to not take your inner critic too seriously. Take the bits from your inner critic that can be, just take it as information and say, okay, that's interesting that you might say that about yourself, and look at it, but don't necessarily take it to heart. It's really important that you don't sort of destroy your confidence during this time. Now, as Thursday the 12th comes in, it's a little bit more matter of fact. The moon is going into the sign of Capricorn, so you're sort of managing your energy levels a bit better. You're really wanting to just be practical and get results. So I think you're very focused on task and able to, see the task, attempt the task, finish this task, tick it off, and move on to the next thing. That brings a certain amount of satisfaction. On the 12th as well, the fullness of the square between Sun, your ruling planet, and Jupiter really comes into effect. And so, it might not always be good to judge yourself from the from what you get from your social networks and things. Like when your self-esteem is absolutely linked into your networks and how they are with you, it's not really putting you in a powerful place. 1 minute you might be up with your social networks and you might be getting lots of praise and stuff, and you're feeling really, really buoyant. And then the next, if something comes in or you get trolled or something, you may well find your energy levels coming down. I think this is really teaching you to create your own little field of celebration. This is about you finding the greatness and goodness in you, so that you don't feel thrown for a loop when people aren't celebrating you or clapping you on. I mean, the Leo ego can be fragile at times. It can be really dented. If it's taking its joy and it's taking its confidence from other people's feedback, that's a disastrous and potentially dangerous strategy to have for yourself. This is about building up your self-esteem. Sorry about the drilling in the background. So where are we? We're heading on to Friday the 13th. And again, we're still in a really practical phase. The moon is working really beautifully with Saturn, showing that, again, you can be task oriented, but also very, very grown up, very practical. I don't know what he's drilling. I think he's putting up some shelves. That's my husband I'm talking about, by the way. There's also this lovely trine between the sun and Virgo. The sun and Virgo here, the sun is really saying, the sun is here and the moon is here. The moon is really showing that you can keep it together. You can attend to things. You can get things done in quite an effortless way. And so I think that's also really sort of being added into your self-esteem. It's like when you realize that you can do lots of things when you're not performing, you can actually get the job done on the side. I think that's really, really helpful. Now, we've got quite a crazy weekend lined up. So let me just pass you on to Saturday. So Saturday, the 14th, we have got this, like the moon is connecting to Uranus, Neptune and Pluto in real quick succession. First of all, there's this trine to Uranus in your 10th. It's almost like people are bringing you new career opportunities and you want to go with the flow. You just want to enjoy yourself and see what comes up and really kind of sense your way with it. The moon is also in a lovely connection to Neptune, which is helping you to be a bit more dreamy and not take yourself too seriously. Maybe think about your potential a bit more. It's kind of growing you outside of your judgments. And then the moon is making a conjunction to Pluto in Capricorn. It's bringing you into that sense of power. It's making you aware of the power that you have. And then the moon moves into Aquarius, where it's going to be for the rest of the week. And there's this feeling of socialization, you know, this desire to be with people. And it's encouraging you to be your wild and wacky self. So it's really quite good because on Sunday, the 15th, we've got this Venus trine Jupiter energy connecting Jupiter in Gemini and Venus in Libra, and then later the moon in Aquarius. And so there's this lovely flowing beneficial effect between these three planets. So there's this feeling of popularity, this feeling of agreement, this feeling of being kind of high on life. And it's involving friends, it's involving the community and other people. It's all the three real social parts of your chart, the 3rd, the 7th and the 11th houses. So this is really, really quite beautiful for you, really beneficial. Can you hear that? I think that's my cue to leave. There's one more thing I want to share with you, and that is in preparation for next week, which obviously there is the partial lunar eclipse on the 18th. And then there is also the September equinox on the 22nd. So not this Sunday, but the Sunday after. Now, leading up to the eclipse, there is this Venus opposition to Chiron. It's starting to come in at the end of the week, and it's really showing where we have a weakened vision of ourselves. Anywhere where you're not 100% confident, or where you felt bullied or victimized or not quite right enough, it's likely to bring up those feelings. So on the Friday the 13th, in fact, the moon in Capricorn is making a square to Chiron and a square to Venus. It's giving you a little bit of a taster of it just ahead of time. So if you do notice that you're not feeling very confident on Friday, even though it's a very practical day, and I can see there's lots of wins in it for you, but if you do notice you're having these moments of not feeling confident, talk it out as much as you can over the weekend, especially on Sunday. I think, Sunday's energy is about sharing and sharing and caring. I really don't like those two together, because I think they're really used a lot, almost overused. But there is this opportunity to share how you're feeling, and it's a really open day. So I do think you can work some of this out ahead of the following week. So there you go, Leo. I hope that was helpful to you. And if you want some extra support or guidance or hand holding or whatever, then all you have to do is book a session with me, invite me to work with you. All of my details are below. But if I don't hear from you, I will hear from you, or hopefully connect with you next week for the big old eclipse and equinox reading. Lots and lots of love to you. Bye for now. Hey there, Virgo. So this is the forecast for whether you've got the sun in Virgo, the moon in Virgo, or your rising sign ascendant in the sign of Virgo. This is a strong week for you. Your ruling planet, which is Mercury, I'm sure you know that, is actually coming into your own sign, literally on the 9th of September. So this is like a homecoming, I guess. You're coming back into the energies that you know the most. And Mercury is very, very happy in this sign. So I'll be talking about this as sort of underpinning the whole week ahead. But before I sort of run through all of the energies on a day-by-day basis, I just want to give you the highlights. So, we've also got a grand square taking place, or a grand cross, on the 11th. And that's comprising of the moon, Saturn, Jupiter, and the sun also in your sign. Following on from that, we've got the Sun in a square to Jupiter on the 12th. That is exact on the 12th. And then towards the end of the week, on the 15th, we've got Venus here in a trine with Jupiter. Now, because you've also got Mercury as your ruling planet, I also want to include this sextile with Mars. Now, it's not the biggest energy, but it's really, really helpful. It's really sort of energizing, Mercury in his new sign, and also Mars, also newly situated in the sign of Cancer. So this is quite an active sextile, and will really get things moving. Now, the talking of getting things moving, we enter this week with a waxing crescent phase of the moon, which quickly goes into a first quarter phase. Now, this is, I think, where we're picking up speed. The energy of growth has kind of got underway. It's established. We're not at the kind of seedling stage. We are getting little small plants now. And as we get to the first quarter, it feels like we are about to take action on something. So I don't know what you've been thinking about just in the last 3 or 4 days, or what ideas are coalescing. And I say ideas very, very purposefully, seeing as Mercury is just going into, your own sign, really bringing up more ideas. But whatever is coalescing in your mind is starting to come up. It's starting to want to be developed, and it's time to take actions, in the early part of the week, really around the 11th and 12th, which are really, really dynamic days, probably quite frustrating as well, but dynamic nonetheless. So what I want to do is pace through on a day-by-day basis, giving you a little bit of energy, an energetic feel for how you might choose to manage those energies, and then just see where that leads us. And actually, while we're on this subject, this week is also leading up to next week, obviously. We've got the partial lunar eclipse on the 18th. Now, the partial lunar eclipse is structured on a full moon. The moon is in opposition to the sun. And so the sun is in the sign of Virgo at the time of this eclipse. It's the first of the second season eclipses. And, it's going to probably have a shifting effect on you if you have a very, very strong Virgo energy. In particular, if your Virgo energy is at the end of Virgo, not so much at the beginning, because there will be this really, really strong full moon in opposition to Neptune. So yeah, as I'm reading this, I've got my mind's eye already thinking ahead. Obviously I will be doing a eclipse forecast as well. So anyway, let's get started. So the 9th then, Monday the 9th, we're starting this with the moon in Scorpio, right at the tail end of Scorpio. And it's really starting with this really strong and sharp and motivating, but possibly slightly irritating and like nervous energy from an opposition to Uranus. At the same time, the moon is also in a trine to Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So it's almost like our awareness is such that we are feeling really quite stimulated, not quite sure where to put ourselves. And we might be getting some very, very strong realizations, which often happens around that time. Shortly after, the moon goes into the sign of Sagittarius, and then it makes a square to your ruling planet Mercury. And whatever thoughts are pervasive on that day, they're going to be electrifying. You're really going to be finding it difficult to get out of your thoughts. So I don't know what kind of technology you use, whether it's like meditations or if you've got a series of questions or a way to calm yourself down. But to me, it feels like there are lots of there's a lot of nervousness around on Monday. It's like you're slightly on edge. As the moon is coming through this part of your chart, you are wanting to be a little bit more secure. You are wanting to know what's on your borders and really see, who's coming in and out of your private space. And so maybe the nervousness is just because you really do want to carve out a little bit of a sanctuary for yourself. like with Mercury coming into your first house, and the fact that Mercury in Virgo is particularly incisive, dissecting, analytical, you may well find that, you know, if somebody really gets in your grill, that you use incisive and dissecting language to put up your barriers. So just be aware of that. If you're feeling extra snippy, that's why you just need to get into a safe space, or just create a bit more space for yourself between you and other people. So you've got a moment to think, a moment to process, because that processing is coming up really strong. On the 10th is more of a peaceful day. I would say this is the day to chill out. You know, there's not so much going on in terms of the planetary movements. In fact, there's some really nice things. You know, the moon is making a sextile to Pluto, and also later on making a trine to the North Node, really giving you the sense that you're on track. So I think it's almost like you need a little bit of space to be able to feel into the energy of, actually, I'm okay, I'm doing well. You know, sometimes it gets a bit overwhelming. So as we move into Wednesday the 11th and Tuesday the 12th, on the 11th, the moon finally kind of comes into this third part, this fourth corner. So all the way through this month, you know, really since I think the end of July coming into August, we've had this square going on between Saturn in your 7th and Jupiter in the 10th. It's almost as if you're on the one hand really excelling right now and wanting to focus more on your overall goals, in terms of your career, your reach, your status, and all those things that you're trying to acquire right now. And at the other end, it feels like, on the other hand, it feels like the people around you are a little bit critical or a little bit judgmental and holding you back a little bit. It's almost like they've got a thing to say, you know, they've got something to say. They're not quite happy about how much time you're investing in yourself. And then over this last week, the sun in your own sign has been coming into, well, it came into an opposition with Saturn. Again, you would have been feeling probably towards the end of last week that other people's judgments of your desire to put yourself first or develop your own interests, it was almost like you're committing a crime. And you know, so you've kind of worked through some of the earlier energy of that sort of tightness between you and other people. And again, on the 12th, as this energy is coming in, you know, like the tightness of the square between Jupiter and the sun, the dynamic between really wanting to develop yourself and also develop the self outside of yourself. You know who you are and your brand, but then there is also this other identity, like the one of you in your career, or the one of you actually outside, you know, not private you, but sort of public you. And so I guess the tension here is your awareness of the fact that you have this public facing you, your private you, and then as the moon comes into here, then you've got the family side of you, and then we've got everyone else kind of, I guess, reflecting back to you how you are in your relationships. So this particular square, you know, I really see that it's very, very strong for all of the mutable signs. So Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces, you know, because it's affecting them in their first, fourth, seventh, and 10th houses, which are the really critical ones in terms of identity. So whatever you can do to get into the middle, like really get into the center of yourself, you know, I really think that is the way of clearly sensing into who you really are and sort of amalgamating it, or actually realizing probably your true self is something completely different. So all of these different identities, all these different fronts that you're having to maintain, like your home life, your love life, your being you, and also your public facing life, there is something actually much more that is you than what these four are recognizing. So I really think, like the 11th and 12th, your best bet is actually to feel into the magnificence of you, like the divinity of you, getting into that sort of divine space, that divine spark, that place where you might realize that you're an immortal energy having a life here right now. I mean, I say that I don't know if that is your view of life, and I'm not trying to push that on you, by the way. So like the 11th does feel like you're pulled on a rack in 4 different directions. And then the 12th, to me, it's the day when you're starting to take action based on what you've felt in that time and what you've realized. Because, on the 12th, Mars and Mercury are really kind of starting to work together. So to me, it feels like you might be enlisting the help of friends or friendly components. I also often think that this part of your chart is about the law of attraction. We are always creating anyway. We are always in communion. We're always working with the elements of life, because actually we are the element of life. But to me, it just feels like the wheels are starting to turn, and you're feeling motivated to take some action. As we come into Friday the 13th, the moon by that point is it's already in the sign of Capricorn. And what we've got is we've got a couple of really stabilizing energies. So we've got a sextile to Saturn, which really helps us to be practical and not to blow things out of proportion, which is really quite helpful, because when the moon's coming through this part, we tend to be a bit more flamboyant. It's about us connecting into that thing that brings us joy, that thing that we know ourselves to be joy. And the moon is also in a lovely trine to the sun. So again, this is a time when I think we're building a little bit more confidence about ourselves. And this is just if, it's not when, but if you have a moment on Friday of feeling slightly insecure, if something comes up and you're feeling not quite comfortable, it might be because the moon is in a square to Venus, and also in a square to Chiron. Now, what I'm getting at here is Venus and Chiron are coming into an exact opposition. It's not happening this week, but it is happening next week. And of course, next week is that big old eclipse, which, you've got, it's absolutely impacting the signs of Virgo and Pisces for sure. They'll really feel the eclipse a lot more than most people. So, yeah, the Venus and Chiron opposition are really perfecting around the time of the eclipse, and it is bringing, this particular opposition is reminding us of not being beautiful enough, not being pleasing enough, it's almost like a wound of that differentiates ourselves from what is considered beautiful, or what is considered normal, or what is considered likable and popular. And so, to me, that is speaking of a core wound of early bullying, where we might have lost our confidence early in the game. Most of us are carrying a confidence wound or 2 or 3, very much to do with our identity, like our flesh identity, like how we look, and how we've been exposed to really harsh criticism, or maybe actually when you look back at it, if you remember these times, from your now adult position, you might realize, oh, that felt really, really harsh at that time. But if I was to hear someone say that to me now, I'd laugh it off. The perspective we have as a child is very much do or die. We often get absolutely really reeled into criticism in our childhood. So you might feel a little bit of discomfort, and if you do, and it feels like an insecurity, or it feels like a personal attack, you might choose to unpick that before next week, because next week the energies are so much stronger and you'll be so much more attached into that story. So, a stitch in time saves 9. I would absolutely recommend, if you recognize this discomfort, to examine it. Because also, like I said, on that particular day, the moon is in a lovely practical connection to Saturn, and also a harmonious energy to the sun. So you can really handle it on the 15th. But like I say, don't go looking for it. It's only if it arises. Now, Saturday, the 14th, we've got the tail end of the moon in Capricorn. And so that is bringing us into connection with the outer planets. So we've got the trine to Uranus, which is giving us this sense of anticipation and really wanting to be spontaneous and creative. It's also bringing us a lovely sextile to Neptune, in terms of our relationships, it's almost like a romantic dreaminess. So we're wanting to be spontaneous with our partners, maybe. And then there is this really strong conjunction with Pluto, which could bring up all sorts of sexual intimacy, power, so Saturday morning might be best spent enjoying yourself with your partner. And then the moon is heading into the sign of Aquarius. So I really think Saturday is quite a passionate day with a lot of strong emotions, bringing us into a feeling of, I think, a sort of dreamy freedom, like an explorative, spontaneous, exciting freedom, best spent with those that you love the most. And that's leading on to the energy on Sunday, which is all about Venus in a trine to Jupiter, which is beautiful because at that point, the moon is also making this into a grand trine. So you got Venus, which is about connection and relating, Jupiter about the warmth and confidence and faith, and then the moon in Aquarius really enabling us to be light with our partners, be really light and bouncy and spontaneous. So I really love this grand trine, and I really see that this week, as it builds up, it might have had a lot of energy and some frustration at the start, but towards the end, it is absolute gold. So there you go. I hope that's helpful to you, Virgo, and gives you a sense of hope for this week ahead. Obviously, next week, we've got the big old week with the eclipse, and then later on, the equinox. If you would like a deeper dive with me, please do just get in contact. All of my details are below. All you need to do is invite me to work with you. You literally book yourself into my diary. So whether I speak to you or not, have a great week and catch up with you next week for that big one. Bye for now. Whew, Libra. So this is, I think, a darling week. Really, I truly do. The moon is gathering pace as we go from Monday the 9th right the way through to September the 15th, which is the Sunday. The moon is gathering up pace and speed, and it's feeling quite optimistic, feeling quite bubbly, and it feels to me like you're ready to take action around midweek and onwards. It feels like all those seeds that you were sowing at the end of last week and that you're gaining confidence on, you're now ready to do something with it. So that's great. Now, why am I saying this is a darling of the week? Well, Venus is still very much in control. The last 2 weeks I've been talking about Venus and the positions that she's been making and just how connected she's been to the outer planets. And she's been involved in some really big shifts. An earlier kite, she's been in a square. Flipping heck, she's creating another grand trine. And this is landing right at the end of the week. So she is building up in her energy, and she's your ruling planet, and she's going through your first house. Is there anything you could do wrong right now? I shouldn't phrase it that way. Like, it's almost like, how much better could this get is a much better way of looking at it. Like, how much more could you expect? This is a time actually where it's a little bit like you've had a magical facelift. It's like, all of a sudden people are seeing you in a new way, and you're seeing yourself in a new way. To me, it just feels like quite an optimistic time, and I really hope it is. And if it isn't, and you are, either got your Libra sun, your Libra moon, or your Libra ascendant, that's what this reading is for and serving. But if you're not having these great, this feeling of a lift or a feeling of a shift, then there will be a really strong pattern in your birth chart that is absolutely kind of countermanding that, like a pattern that is stronger than your sun and the moon, So this is the abiding pattern that is wanting to come through. This is a very strong time for the Libra energy in general. Now, in this reading, I'm going to touch on Mercury going into Virgo, because that's something you do need to watch out for, because Mercury in Virgo is really, it's practical, and it wants to get to the bottom of things, but it can be a little bit nitpicky for your energy, so it's kind of nitpicky at the back of your mind. in your unconscious mind. You know, it's kind of rooting out, needling out all those little self-sabotages, all those fears, all those little insecurities and things. And it might be highlighting them. It might be kind of like, you know, rubbing salt into them. Hopefully it won't be. You could use the power of Mercury right now to identify every time you feel uncomfortable, make a note, like maybe in your phone, or make a note in a little notebook that you've got. And then when you've got your first moment, to sit down and say, where has this come from? Who does this belong to? Is this actually me? And like ask some questions of the insecurity or the feeling that you're feeling, just to see how real it appears, and to see if it is really serious. Often, you know, we are, you know, floating around in this kind of sea of psychic energy, and we're coming into contact with people. And if you're particularly empathic, especially, you know, with Venus in your first house right now, you'll be a lot more empathic and simpatico than usual. So you may very well be picking up on things from other people as you're going through life, but Mercury will help you get to the bottom of that. We've also got a Sun in a square to Jupiter on the 12th, which is pretty big. That is actually following, you know, talking about a square. We've got this great big yellow square. This is actually coming in on the 11th. It's with the Sun, the Moon. It's with Saturn and Jupiter. And I'm going to be talking about the 11th and 12th as a 2-day combo. You know, the energies are lining up and kind of smoothing into the next day. And then obviously right at the end of the week, Venus really comes into this lovely trine with Jupiter, which I see as being highly beneficial. And it just so happens that at the time that this comes in, the moon is working its way into the beautiful Aries grand trine. Wow. So I really, really like this grand trine. I mean, what is not to like about it? I mean, you've got Venus, obviously, in your first house, which is absolutely about the generosity and flow of life and connection and relatedness to other people. Jupiter up in this place of freedom and curiosity, really sort of emphasizing, you know, how much joy you could experience. And then the moon down here in your fifth, which is all about how can you connect to your passion, how can you connect to the joy, and what are you birthing right now. So, you know, the end of this week I think of as being, well, it's got a similar energy. I remember earlier this year there was a lovely conjunction between Venus and Jupiter, and I said it was a bit like a make-a-wish kind of energy, and that is coming up again. So this is very, very strong energy for you to enjoy and create with. Anyway, let's pace through this week. So as we start on the 9th, Mercury is going into the 12th house. Like I said earlier, he's going to be sort of like digging into your unconscious mind a little bit. And it feels like there's a few shocking sort of energies. You know, the moon is in an opposition to Uranus, which is bringing up maybe some old memories about sort of judgments and back and forth conflict between people and their expectations, people maybe in your family. And there's this trine to between the moon and Neptune, which I think is showing us where we need to really kind of apply ourselves into our day-to-day. So it might be because of the judgments of the past, you're really wanting to apply yourself and get moving. And then the moon heads into Sagittarius, which again is bringing you back into the idea of the family in the home and the community. It's that space where a lot is there's a lot of social energy. And towards the end of the night, we've got a square between the moon and Mercury. So to me, it feels like the more social you are, the more interactive you are, the more it's triggering things in your unconscious mind. So yeah, this opposition to Uranus, which might be reminding you of old slights and expectations where people have put stuff on you, is a sort of continued theme. And by the end of the day, it feels like you're having some penny dropping moments. There's these moments where you go, oh yeah, I remember that. Oh my God, that's part of a pattern. So Mercury here could really help you see the pattern. As we go into the 10th is quite an easy day, so I won't labor too much about it. You know, there is a sextile energy towards Pluto, which is feeling quite magnificent. And also there is the trine to the North Node, which is really helpful. You know, I really think that trine to the North Node is really helping you know that even when things don't feel quite right, you're still on the right path, especially in terms of your relationships. Don't give up. Yeah, really don't. And then we're heading into that 11th and 12th, Wednesday the 11th, Thursday the 12th. And this is as this big square is coming in. So I want to start it by just, the base of this big square is on Saturn and Jupiter, which is an ongoing square, which really came into its own at the end of July. It went exact in mid-August. And now it's playing out until I think June of next year. So it's a really long square. Now, Saturn is really wanting you to get organized and to get get more measured in the way that you're managing your life. Saturn here is really showing you that where you don't have a measured approach to your life, things are starting to go wrong. It feels like things can get out of balance very quickly. Your niceness, your people pleasing, maybe it makes you like take on a bit too much, and it's hard to manage. And so Saturn here is really helping you manage your experience. Now, Jupiter up here at the top is kind of blowing off Saturn. It's really saying that you don't want to concentrate too much on all these harsh metrics and measurements. You're really wanting to feel free. You're really wanting to feel like you can actually just go on an adventure and think bigger, think outside of the problem, feel into a bigger possibility for yourself. And so there's these two kind of conflicting energies. I think I've got a little visitor next to me. Hang on one second. Are you okay?
Yeah, but Mom.
What?
Okay.
Do you know I'm trying to work at the moment?
That's fine.
Do you want to say hello quickly?
No, that's it.
I'll say hello.
Hello.
Hello. Right. Let me just pause this for a second. Yeah, so sorry about that. So Jupiter is absolutely wanting to experience more, and there's conflict. It's almost like you've got a devil and an angel on your shoulders, and one is saying knuckle down and get things sorted, and the other is saying, come on, life's a big adventure. What's the point of spending all your time organizing yourself? And then you've got the sun, which, oh gosh, another distraction. Now I've got a cat in here. Because the door was opened. So we've got the sun going through the 12th house, which absolutely creates this energy of intense discovery. Like you are looking at your internal patterns. The sun in this particular area of the chart is internalizing and also making you a little bit more not sleepy, but a little bit reserved, not wanting to do quite so much. And this is your usual time of sleeping. It's like a hibernation time for Libran energy. When we get to the equinox, which is coming up on the 22nd in just under 2 weeks, you'll be feeling like you're coming out and ready to party again. But this is a natural rest time. So you've got, on the one hand, you've got Saturn really trying to get you to do stuff. Jupiter trying to get you out and have a party and to explore life. And then at the same time, you're feeling like, actually, I don't want to be out too much. I want to get my beauty sleep. And then the moon, finally, this is the last component. The moon moves into this position. And then there is this pull. It feels like people are trying to get you to be more social and more active. And it feels like, oh my goodness, my cat is ripping up the studio. So yeah, there is this tension of absolute like people are distracting you, a bit like my kid and one of my children and one of my cats. It just feels like there's a lot of distractions coming in and taking you out of this quiet space, maybe your studious and applied space, but also this ability to tune into greater consciousness. As these squares go, this isn't the most terrifying square. There are harder applications of it that other signs are having to experience. So it's easier for you. But as we go into the 12th, when the sun and Jupiter are exactly in their square, that need for solitude and also your need to explore and adventure in the great space of life, they are slightly tense. It's almost like life is calling you to be bigger, to be bolder, to like recreate yourself in a new way. So I'm getting that there is a sort of spiritual thing coming up for you that's really, really strong right now. And maybe it's tiring you out. Maybe you need a rest. So like on the one hand, it's slightly energizing. And on the other, you're just really wanting to kind of rest and integrate. I would say integration is the energy that you might prefer to identify with. Now, on this particular day, on the 12th, we've also got Mercury in a sextile to Mars in the 10th house. And this is really, it's really, I think, showing you where or how you can actually perform more in terms of your career. You know, as Mars is going through this part of your chart, your outward facing persona, you know, you in your job or as a breadwinner, etc., as an adult at large, you know, there is an energy to work harder. And it's great because Venus here is also glamorizing you. So it's almost like you can't do anything wrong. But here, Mercury is showing you maybe there's a performance issue. However, I can show you how to sort it out. So that's quite helpful. Now, as we come to the end of the week, actually, we don't, because I'm just skipped 2 days, 3 days, in fact. Let's go to Friday the 13th. I'm all of a, I'm slightly, I've got my, I don't know where my head's at now from all these little disturbances. So on Friday, what's going on is the moon is already in the sign of Capricorn, and we've got a more level-headed day. Phew. So the moon is in a sextile to Saturn. That's the important thing. You know, it's creating some practical common sense. It's really, really helping you to get more organized and to feel like you can achieve something. So it's like little baby steps and you'll achieve what you need to. There's also a really lovely trine to the sun. So it's supporting you. It's kind of saying, okay, I get that you want to rest, and yes, we can take off this little thing and we can do this little thing, but you can still rest. It's really, really supportive. Now, you might find, and if you do, you know, this is a precursor to an energy that's coming up next week around the time of the eclipse on the 18th. And I need to stop this. Hang on 1 second. Okay, that cat is removed. So where was I? Nobody said it would be easy, did they? Oh yeah. So Friday the 13th. If you're aware of a feeling of a little bit of an old spike of insecurity, it might be because the moon is going into a square with Venus. And also going into a square with Chiron. Now, where they're placed in your chart is really highlighting maybe a feeling of, and I don't want to say jealousy, but a feeling of, you know, maybe someone around you is getting more attention and you're feeling a little bit left out. So I think exclusion, like social exclusion, if you're getting memories or moments of feeling a little bit excluded and feeling a little bit lonely, it's because there is this opposition between Venus and Chiron that's brewing, that's occurring in its fullest next week. So here we're just getting a little murmur of it. What I would say is, if you've got the time over the weekend, you know, if you can identify what it is that it's reminding you of, you know, so whatever you're feeling in your current state, you might notice that it's a part of a pattern. You know, you might notice that there is this persistent thought that maybe you do get excluded because you smell or something, you know. Obviously, I'm sure you don't. But, you know, there will be this feeling of, why do I get excluded? Or, you know, I've noticed that this has happened a lot in my life. If you can identify that pattern and sit with it, Mercury is actually in a really good place to help you unpack it and unravel it. You know, try to approach it as you might do if you were talking to a 5 or 6 year old, and sit yourself on your knee and kind of listen to what a younger version of you is saying. Most likely this comes from childhood, and it's something that we've adopted as part of our eternal self, but it's not actually our eternal self. It's just it's part of our personality. It's something that we've created ourselves, and we're experiencing again and again and again. The sooner you can unpick it and reassure yourself through it, the easier next week will be, when there's this very strong eclipse and it's a full moon eclipse. And so, you know, the moon will be here and the sun will be here. And it's slightly in your blind spot. So I would say make conscious, or bring into awareness all that is feeling a little bit uncertain, or that you're a bit unclear about. Another reason why it's good to do it like Friday into Saturday is because on Sunday there's this massive love fest in your sign with your planet. And if anything, if you could kind of unpick it a little bit, I really think that as you come to Sunday, there's all the support and feelings of love and companionship all around you, so that you'll have ample evidence that actually what you think is true is actually probably not true. And it was just a judgment you made about yourself that you can completely forgive yourself for. So yeah, that's just a little hint for Friday the 13th. Now, Saturday the 14th, there's lots of big stuff happening. We've got the moon in a trine to Uranus, making us feel really spontaneous. Then there's a sextile to Neptune, which is making us feel romantic and kind of whimsical. And then, you know, as the moon comes to the end of Capricorn, it makes a conjunction with Pluto. So we are absolutely feeling quite powerful and spontaneous, and wanting to, I don't know, enjoy ourselves and feel powerful in ourselves. You know, I think it's a good feeling. And then as the moon goes into the sign of Aquarius, it feels like there's a bit of a party brewing. And then, like I said, on Sunday, the moon, Venus and Jupiter in this trine is just opening you up to feelings of love and support. So there you go. That's the end of this rather bitty, and I apologize for that, this bitty forecast featuring my 5-year-old and a cat and a potential studio collapse. But it's all good. All's well that ends well. So, you know, this is a week that takes you on a bit of a journey, but it's ending well. Now, if you did want a little bit of extra additional hand-holding or a little bit of guidance through this time, then you can connect with me. All of my details are below. All you need to do is book into my diary and invite me to work with you. It's as simple as that. But, you know, however you are spending your time in this week ahead, I hope you have a great one, and catch you next week for that big equinox and also eclipse special. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey there, Scorpio. How are you this week? How are you? I mean, wow, this is an interesting time. You know, we start this week with the moon in your sign. And actually, I don't know, are you listening to this because you've got your sun in Scorpio, your moon in Scorpio, or your rising sign in Scorpio? You know, the Scorpio theme will be strong with either of these. You can listen to it for any of those. But, you know, this week is starting with the moon in Scorpio, and it's in a growth phase. We're in the waxing crescent, and then it moves into a first quarter phase. And what this is saying is whatever you have been paying attention to and wanting to grow, tending to in your thoughts and creating as a possibility for yourself, you know, as we get into the mid part of the week, it's time to take action. It's time to, you know, do something with those thoughts, you know, more than just planting them. You want to water them. You want to put some manure in. You want to really get them going. Fan the flames of this fire, baby. So yeah, the energy is kind of, you know, it's set to take off. And yeah, I mean, this is quite big. We are coming up to the time of, the what's it called? Yeah, the partial lunar eclipse that will be happening on the 18th. So that's next week. So we are in that growth phase, and it's growing faster and faster. And as we come to the end of the week, we are really coming into the fullness of the moon phase, you know, as things start to really pick up speed and almost have a life of their own. So this is a week that's going to take off. Now, there's a few big kind of energies I want to talk about in this week ahead. One of them is Mercury going into the sign of Virgo. It's going back into the Virgo sign. It was in there, I think it went in on the 26th of July, poked its head in, went retrograde back into this part of your chart. And now it's going back in. It's re-entering, and it's going to whiz through that in about 3 weeks. Or is it 2 weeks? In between 2 and 3 weeks, it's going to whiz through. And it's bringing an incisiveness and incisive communication with friends. It feels like you get to a much more honest place with your friends and a sense of purity. You might be thinning them out. You might be using a bit more discernment about who you have in your life and who you don't want in your life. And I guess that's fine, isn't it? It's good. It's a good practice to have. we've also got the sun in a square to Jupiter on the 12th, which is a pretty big energy to be working with, and it can create a little bit of frustration. But just before, on the 11th, we've got a square between Saturn and Jupiter, the sun and the moon. This is based on the Saturn and Jupiter square, which is really going on for the next 9 months now, I think 9 months. It's going to take us around to about June of next year. And this is a sort of undercurrent that we're feeling all the time at the moment. It's this it's not loud enough to be a massive problem, but it's a sort of rumble of like stress. We've got Saturn here really wanting you to pay attention to what you're creating and trying to stabilize how you feel joy and how you express your passion. So it's a bit of an oxymoron. It's trying to regulate passion or regulate joy, trying to formalize it. And, you might be somebody who's a creator and you're trying to create content coming from your passion, but also trying to regulate it. It's like two separate energies. So it's a little bit confusing. And then you've got Jupiter in your 8th house, really opening up a lot of old wounds. The 8th house really has a lot of old expectations and failed promises, but the ones that seem to be aimed at you, so during this time, you're aware of how you don't quite meet up to everybody else's specifications. And maybe how far you'll go just to reach other people's specifications, only to realize there's no pleasing some people. So it's like that persistent nagging feeling of not good enough is being explored by Jupiter, who's like pushing it wide open right now. Now, this could be quite lucky. You could have a really lucky break on this. And, I think if you pay a little bit of attention, you'll realize that these two are actually inextricably linked. Your feelings where you feel like you're not enough and that you've embarrassed people or embarrassed yourself, or maybe not provided enough for your joint shared finances. There is that feeling of, I must do better. Let's work on my passions and bring in more from my passion. So it's a double-edged sword. But then the sun has been creeping in. First of all, the sun made an opposition to Saturn earlier last week, and there was that feeling of, you're wanting to create things, and yet there's a lot of elements that want to create with you. And it's like, where do I put my energy? Do I want to be really focused inwards, or do I want to be focused outwards and be connecting with people and networking a lot more? Now, what's happening on the 11th and into the 12th is the moon is coming in to create the fourth corner of this square, really bringing in everything to do with values, earnings, your potential to earn more, but also, I think, your feelings of your self-esteem. The second house is how you value yourself. So this is really showing how other people are valuing you, and also your shared values and shared resources that you have with other people, including their judgments of you. And here, the moon is showing up your judgments of yourself, including how you're earning. So this is quite a tight little fix that we find ourselves in around the 11th and into the 12th. Now, as we go through the week, it's really sort of being rounded off, I would say, by this lovely Venus trine Jupiter energy. So Venus in the 12th is that sort of like gentle spirit, that gentle intuition about your completeness, you're perfect, that feeling of that you are complete and whole, and healed and healthy and happy. It's that silent acknowledgement of knowing that actually everything is okay, connected in a trine to Jupiter, opening up the fact that maybe you're okay with other people's judgments and you just see them for what they are. It's other people's baggage. It's not yours. You don't have to use it. And then on the 15th as well, the moon moves into a grand trine, really showing you how to apply this at home. So there's a lot of energies going on. So and let's not forget your ruling planet and is Mars. So I'll talk about a Mars sextile Mercury energy that's particularly strong, and also the ongoing Pluto energy. So Pluto's here in a trine to Uranus. So they will also come into the conversation. So I'm going to pace it through with a bit more detail so you get a real feel for each day. The 9th is quite a dynamic day. You know, on that day, that's the day when Mercury goes into this part of your chart, really awakening your need to reach out to more people and to analyze how you're doing it, to really, like Mercury in Virgo is dissecting and analytical. And if you do want to know more about all of these aspects, actually, I talk about all of them a lot more in a much greater detail in the first part. I realize I'm going to this side, but it will probably, this probably is the thing that looks like the past. But anyway, so yeah, the 9th, as Mercury is going in, there is this new incisive feeling of a new start in terms of how you're reaching contacts and networks. And it's also coming up at a time when the moon is in exact opposition to Uranus, and it's creating a sense of strain and excitement. There are really exciting new possibilities to bring in a new audience, or to bring in new customers, or to bring in new friendships. And it's like the sense of new people is possibly overwhelming. However, it's also invigorating. And it's also calling you to pull up your socks and realize that you also need to match that energy, that you are worthy enough to bring in all these great people. So there is that dynamic. And if you're feeling small in yourself, this dynamic will feel a little bit more scary. But if you actually are feeling quite good in yourself, it's like, bring it on. At the same time, the moon is in a lovely trine to Neptune in Pisces, really encouraging you again to dive into what brings you joy and what you're really passionate about. So I think that's actually encouraging you to build your business, the business you want to bring forwards. You know, if you are really, really creative, start building something. I'm sure that's been playing on your mind. And then later on in the day, as the moon goes into the sign of Sagittarius, and the energy is like, well, what am I worth? What are my values? How do I earn money? Surely I should be earning a little bit more. Maybe I need to receive a bit more. As that is also happening, it's making a sextile to Pluto, also saying, well, maybe I need a bit more power as well. You know, I stand for a bit more power for myself. And it's also making a square to Mercury. And it's going back to the idea of networks, like how can you reach more people, or how can you connect to new people? So in all, I would say there is this idea coming up, which is powering you and encouraging you to connect in with the power of communities, connecting through networks, getting excited about potential new audiences, and also using your passion and really like connecting into your passion. And the other thing is, you know, you might realize that your steady job, it needs more. And so, you know, you're thinking, well, how can I earn more? You know, and it is like, well, what am I passionate about? So, you know, I think that's how it goes. And also when you're working in something that you're passionate about, you feel better about yourself on the whole, because you're developing yourself, you're developing something from your soul. So that feels quite exciting. And as you come into the 10th, you know, this energy is just growing, because the moon goes into a trine with the North Node, really encouraging you that you are absolutely on the right track. Now, as we head into Wednesday, the 11th and 12th, I've already paced a little bit of this out, you know, in terms of, you know, concretizing your passion and the tensions with, you know, how other people are expecting something else out of you. Also, there are the feelings of the sun in Virgo that is saying, well, hang on a second. What about networks? You know, maybe you should be creating something with other people, collaborating, not going it alone. And then there is this highlighted energy of really wanting to get moving. And if I don't come out with something, that I may well recode this as I'm not good enough. You know, actually, this big old square, if anything, is like one of these challenges. It's almost like a karmic life challenge on, it's like a shit or bust challenge, that if you don't succeed on it, you might code it to use it to disempower you, like a self-sabotage. You know, so there's all these aspects in your life really pushing you out to do more, reach more, be more, like develop your passion. And if you don't like make the steps forward that you're hoping you're going to make, you might really see that as you'll never do it, you're not good enough, you know. And actually that's not the truth. All that will come up, you know, if you are feeling like, oh, look, there's more evidence of how I am not good enough. You know, if you use this to push yourself down and suppress yourself, you're really missing a trick. I urge you to see this energy as, okay, well, this attempt didn't work. However, the new energy that I've been building up with new possibilities for myself is something that is really, really valuable. So this has come out of that. And this new sense of, I know how not to do it. And yet there are hundreds of other ways of developing my passion and bringing it out. And maybe divine timing also fits into this. And so if you can look at it as just one step on the journey of realizing your passion and bringing your passion forwards, then you'll feel a lot better. So please do be kind, you know, with yourself, you know. And as we go into the 12th, and that Sun and Jupiter energy is really in that square, you know, how you feel judged by other people could really, really weigh on your shoulders. But you could actually use this tension to actually wonder how you might be perceived in the real world right now based on your performance, but use it in a way that's like informative rather than judgmental. You could use this, you know, if you're already slightly you know, a sort of open to the possibility that you're not good enough, it could be quite useful to, you know, like hear it. You know, Mercury in the sign of Virgo is really going to be bringing up anything that doesn't feel quite right socially. It's going to be really finding where you're not quite fitting in and where you're sticking out a little bit, and why the whys and wherefores of it. So it's almost like a time to just review how you might be viewed, but not take it personally. If you can do that, I think you have to put yourself in the middle here, you know, where you're not that identified with your persona, because you know what the people out in the real world see of you is just your persona. It's not who you really are. Obviously, you are somebody who is eternal. You are a spirit. Well, that's just my opinion. And if you share that opinion, it's really worth reminding yourself that you are a powerful creator. You are the creator. So, you know, if you can just use this as a moment to review how you might be seen, or your persona might be seen, not take it too personally, but see it as information, it might actually give you the next step on your development. You might realize that other creators are doing it this way, and, you know, compared to them, you might not look as good. You might not be doing so many of the same habits, you know. So don't use it as a stick to beat yourself with, but use it as a bit of research, like social research, I think. And I think that would be really helpful. As you come into Friday the 13th, you might get even more information on this. Now, again, Friday the 13th can be a really, really practical day. The moon is in a sextile to Saturn. It's really helping you take practical action and not be pie in the sky. And it's also helping you take step by step. You know, it's not about doing a whole massive project, and if you don't achieve it, then it's like doomed. The moon is also in a trine with the sun, so you know what you're capable of on that day. So again, it's not about pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, but actually working within your actual resources on that day, so that you feel well. Now, if you do get a sense of not feeling completely okay, then what you might be picking up on is the rumbling of the approaching Venus and Chiron opposition. It's not happening this week, but it is happening next week, aligned with the time of the partial lunar eclipse, the full moon in Pisces, which is really quite a strong energy and is a highly, highly sensitive and psychic energy. So, you know, what's happening on the 13th as well is the moon is in a square to Venus, really reminding us of when we might have felt excluded, and then in a square to Chiron, possibly again reminding us of when we might have felt excluded, but also reminding us of when we felt very vulnerable and unsafe. And so, you know, this might represent not feeling safe because of exclusion, you know, like being left out. And so if you are getting those feelings, I really urge you, if you're able to stay in that practical frame of mind, which Friday is really giving us the opportunity to, I think you can unpick it. You know, Mercury here is really creating that sense of being able to see your position and see your connections socially at a much better level. You're able to analyze them and not take it quite so personally. But you've got time over this weekend to unpick it a little bit, loosen it up, because when this opposition does come in, it is coming in a very sort of private and intuitive part of your chart, which is absolutely related to your mental health. So I really recommend that you take every opportunity over this coming weekend, of the 14th and 15th, to relax into the understanding that we all go through times where we feel excluded, and we all have times where we feel like maybe we're not quite safe, we feel a bit vulnerable, and how you can unpick it amongst friends will be really, really useful. Now, I put in that amongst friends very, very purposefully, because Saturday and Sunday have got some incredible and useful and helpful aspects. So first of all, on Saturday, we have got a trine between the moon and Uranus. And it's also, the moon is also making a conjunction to Pluto. So it's Pluto and Uranus, and the moon and Uranus in this trine. There is this deeply restorative and transforming learning that is coming in right now, transforming how you are in a community and also relating to other people. I think it's building confidence in you and your social style. It's showing you that you can still have exciting relationships, and relationships that are quite transcendental within a community. You don't have to sell yourself out. There is also this sextile to Neptune on that day as well, which is really showing you that you can be kind of dreamy in your approach, and also expectant of spontaneous fun with your friends. So, Saturday could actually end up being quite lighthearted and quite friendly and quite social. And then later on, as the moon goes into the sign of Aquarius, you might also want to relate more to people at home. And then as we're coming into Sunday, we get this lovely, lovely connection between Venus in your 12th, really encouraging you that actually what you know about yourself is that you are okay. That is actually the truth of who you are. You really are okay. You really are an eternal being. Jupiter up here in the 8th, I think you're starting to take control and realize that, you have control by realizing that you have no control. That's the control point. When you realize you have no control of what people think of you, and it's their business, it's not your business. And actually, once you can free, if you allow to people the opportunity to be themselves and recognize that you can be yourself too, is quite liberating. So Jupiter here is actually liberating. And then the moon in Aquarius, again, quite an independent energy, is really embedding that at home. I think what this is saying on Sunday is that you can be at home with yourself. You can trust that you are okay. And you realize that the more you're okay, the more you allow other people to be okay. And it goes round and round, and it's self-perpetuating. And in fact, it raises you up, not down. Well, it depends which way you're going. If you realize that by being free yourself and giving other people freedom, you are more free to be yourself. And then that creates a loop of freedom that is just rising you up. But if you realize that you are controlled by the attitudes of other people, and at the same time that encourages you to want to control them, then you become into this control spiral going down. So it's like, which one of these are you going to affirm, freedom or control? I think freedom is the way to go. And that's really, I think, what you are being encouraged to do, to rise up. So this reading has really gone around and around. There's a lot here about how you can grant yourself freedom and free yourself from the judgments of other people, and at the same time start building on something that you are really passionate about. So, this sounds like a really important week for you. The energies are really building for you to come into a beautiful self-expression and to realize that you actually are a creator. So I really hope that's centered you into the power of who you really are. So have a fantastic week ahead. If I can be of any help, then just invite me to work with you. All of my details are below, but if not, I will catch you next week with the equinox and the eclipse special. Lots of love. Bye for now. Sagittarius, how are you doing? So this is your week ahead forecast, taking you from Monday the 9th of September right the way through to Sunday the 15th of September. Now, before I get going, I want to also just prep you in my mind's eye, I've got it that next week is also a pretty big week. We've got the partial lunar eclipse on the 18th. Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. And then on the 22nd, Sunday, the 22nd, we have the September equinox, autumn equinox for those in the northern hemisphere, and the spring equinox for those in the southern hemisphere. So it's a season change and also an eclipse, which is a full moon eclipse, a full moon in Pisces, which just so happens to also be in a conjunction with Neptune. So there's a few things going on. In this week, we do get, I think, a lot of really beautiful opportunities to explore a lot of our inner programming, but also an encouragement to get into the center, to get into this part of the chart, to get into the center of the chart, whereby we are not so identified with all the different facets going on around us. I really do advise that, in this week ahead, you get into a position whereby you're feeling less thrown around by the energies and more centered in yourself. That would be my wish for you. And as a fellow Sagittarius, is definitely what I'm going to be doing. Now, the reason why I say this is, like right now we've got an emphasis on the mutable signs, and the mutable signs are Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces. And for you, Sagittarius, my dear friend, these signs are across the 1st, the 7th, the 4th, and the 10th areas, like the houses of the chart. And they are the most critical ones. They are the houses that we identify with the most. There's this emphasis on us, there's an emphasis on other people, there's the emphasis on our home, and then there's the emphasis on our career and our standing and our status in the world. These are really big identifications for us. Yes, and the eclipse next week, the moon is in Pisces, the sun is in Virgo, so they are across this home versus away, the safety and security of our home and our family, and the relative unsafety of standing in the world and saying, here I am. You really render yourself vulnerable. So it's a lot to explore. As we enter into this week, Mercury goes into the sign of Virgo, so I'll be talking about that. We've also got a Sun square Jupiter energy, and of course Jupiter is your ruling planet, or our ruling planet. This square actually between the Sun and Jupiter follows hot on the heels from a grand square, or a grand cross between the Moon, the Sun, Jupiter, and Saturn. So we've got Saturn here, Jupiter, the Sun, and the Moon, and that's when the Moon's in the first house. This is a very sensitive time of the month, I find. I don't know how you find it when the Moon is in the sign of Sagittarius, but I often feel very exposed, and often feel a lot more talkative. I'm definitely wearing my heart on my sleeve, but also a sense of slight unease because, I feel quite emotional at those times. So I don't know how you feel. It's worth checking in on that. And then right at the end of the week, there's this lovely, beautiful connection between Venus and Jupiter. Again, our ruling planet. So Venus is here in the sign of Libra. Our Jupiter ruler is in Gemini, and it makes a grand trine with the Moon, which by this point is in the sign of Aquarius. So this is a lovely, lovely aspect to end the week on. So let me pace out how this is all likely to manifest. So if I start with the Moon, the Moon is, as we're going into the week, at the end of the waxing crescent phase and going into the first quarter phase, which is all about taking action. So we've had the growth, like the energy of growth, the energy of gentle growth last week, and it got faster and faster, and it felt like things were really starting to take shape. And now we're really coming into the taking action phase of the lunar month. You know, this is really encouraging us to have the courage of our convictions and to have a little bit of bravery and to put ourselves forward, or to push ourselves forward. So that's the kind of energy that is sweeping us through the week. You know, as we start the week, the moon is just in the tail end of Scorpio, really in our blind spot. And it creates this really strong opposition to Uranus right here, so close to the point of our relationships, you know, and it's also looking at how functional we are, you know, how organized is our life. And you know, for many of us, it might seem like our life is a little bit chaotic, you know, that there's a certain amount of chaos. So the moon is really highlighting the chaos, and also the chaos within relationships. It just feels like the patterns of our relationships are starting to feel a little bit fragmented as we enter into this week. So you might be asking yourself why, and what else might be going on. At the same time, the moon is in a trine to Neptune, really showing that right now you are wanting to feel like you can be quite soulful at home, and quite spiritual and relaxed and refreshed at home, as if being at home is a spiritual practice, you know, as if it feels really nice. So it's interesting that the desire to be at home and to feel really spiritually at home, whilst at the same time it feels like life is a bit like chaotic, is a really important thing to factor in. You know, it feels like there's a slight disconnect. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because later on in that day, the moon goes into our own sign of Sagittarius, and then it makes a very hard square to Mercury right at the top of the chart. Now, Mercury has re-entered Virgo at this point. And I say re-entered quite purposefully, because Mercury went into this position around the 26th of July this year, poked his head in, and then went retrograde into the sign of Leo, and spent most of the retrograde in the sign of Leo. And now he's coming back into Virgo to finish off what he started. Now, Mercury in the sign of Virgo is really critical, and no offense if you're a Virgo, and you're not, because you're a Sagittarius, but but no offense to Virgos. But the energy of Mercury is incisive and I don't want to say divisive. What's the word I'm looking for? Probing. It's analytical. It really wants to get everything paired right back, so it can see the bare bone facts, and it kind of dissects things. That's the D word I was looking for. So Mercury here is really helping you dissect your career. It's giving you a lot of energy to dissect how you are in the public space. Like, how do you feel valued? Do you feel like your reputation is growing or diminishing? Do you feel like you're doing a good job? Are you recognized? Because recognition is a big thing about the 10th house. The 10th house is where we're meant to shine, you know. So Mercury here is stirring up maybe a hornet's nest, or maybe stirring up a sense of awareness as to how you are standing in the world, and maybe what you might choose to do differently. And it could be very helpful. And if you can just see it as information and not take it personally, that's the way forward for sure. But the square to the moon, you could feel very, very sensitive about things and take things personally. I really advise you don't. Then as we're coming into the 10th, the moon in our own sign, excuse me. My apologies. It's quite a strain on my voice recording so much. Oh dear. So yeah, on the 10th, as the moon is going further into the sign of Sagittarius, the moon makes a lovely trine with the North Node, really showing us that we are creatively on the right path. You know, whatever our ideas are, they are pretty sound, and we should really trust them. Now we're coming into the sort of Wednesday, the 11th and 12th, and this is where we get tested a little bit. The mutable signs are all being tested a little bit more than the other signs in this week ahead, for sure. And so the energy of Saturn here in the square, Saturn is in the place of the home. You know, Saturn from your perspective, has been creating this sense of difficulty at home, or a narrowness or a lack at home. You know, it's that feeling of not enough at home, or not enough time, not enough money. You know, maybe things are a little bit harder to come by. Maybe you haven't got as much energy at home. And it sometimes corresponds with feeling a little bit poorly or under the weather when Saturn's in this part of our chart. So we're not feeling best resourced. I mean, that's, you know, the overarching energy. And then Jupiter in the 7th is really showing that there's lots of new opportunities with people in your life. Like maybe your life has just suddenly blossomed. Maybe there's lots of new people, or lots of new customers, or lots of new friends, a new love, for instance. You know, Jupiter is really giving us hope and faith in our world. And yet it feels like there's a lot of extra energy coming from other people, and it's impacting the feeling of lack at home. Like there's almost not enough energy to sustain all the new things that other people are bringing into your life. And then on the day of the square, the sun has just come into this position, the third corner, and the sun is really showing us that even though we don't feel like we have the energy, and even though there's lots and lots of people trying to pull us in lots of different directions, and quite rightly so, because they're excited, they want to be with us, they want to be connected with us, you're really wanting to focus on your career. You don't want anyone to pull you off that path particularly. And then at the same time, the moon coming through the first house is not so much about your career. It's not so much about how everyone experiences you. And it's also not about your home. It's actually you. You know, your energy, your abiding energy is like, I actually want to explore myself. I want to look after myself. I want to be in my body. I want to experience my life with no expectations on it. None of this career stuff, none of this everyone else and pleasing everyone else, none of this home, you know, BS. I just want to be me. And so I think on the 11th, if we could just only cut free and feel really free in ourselves, that would be helpful. And of course, that is also, I think, a misunderstanding, because, you know, you're judging everything from all these different parts of your life, you know, like your home life, your relationships, your career, your own body. And yet, what is it to be actually you? And I think you want to come into the center, you know, where you actually appreciate, you know, I don't know what your views on life are, or how you think we come to be here in these physical bodies. Is it just that we are born, and we're born to parents, and you know, maybe that is your view of life. I know there are people who believe in souls, like that energy, that animating force, you know, that beautiful life force that all beings have. You know, and if you do believe in the uniqueness or specialness of spirit, or, you know, the spirituality, the cosmic energy that we're all part of, then that is where I really recommend that you try and find yourself, like reveling in the feeling of connection, you know, feeling into the divinity of the moment, not identifying with these four kind of corners of your life so much, but being here. And it's from this place that you'll make the best decisions. If you have to make any decisions, it's from here that you really come to know yourself. So I think that's, you know, where Wednesday the 11th is really pulling you off in lots of different directions. But it really is, when you're feeling pulled as if you're stretched out on a rack, that is your clue to come back into yourself really quickly. And then as we go into the Thursday the 12th, you know, some of this eases off a little bit, and we're left more with the feeling of the balance between people and our external career. So yeah, I mean, you might realize, I mean, I certainly can't sort of sit navel gazing, and I can't afford to. I've got lots of responsibilities. I've got a family, and, you know, we all have our personal stories that we're living through these, you know, physical bodies. So, you know, we're kind of back to reality on the 12th, but, you know, the sun and Jupiter in the square, I think, can be quite dynamic. You know, I think if you've refreshed yourself a little bit in the middle, then you feel like you can connect the people that are coming into your life with your career somehow. You know, are there some ways, it might feel a little bit challenging, but are there some mutual aspects that can work together? You know, what are you learning from these people? How can you take your learnings from these people and apply it to how you stand in the world and how your career is evolving? There's also sorry, that sounded like a big deep sigh, didn't it? On that same day, on the Thursday the 12th, Mercury is also making a lovely sextile to Mars at the beginning of Cancer. And to me, that's also suggesting that the route to being able to see what's going on in terms of your career and in terms of your status and how you're earning your money and getting rewarded and recognized for your efforts is also somehow tied into how quickly you can free yourself from the feelings of shame, blame. Oh my goodness, this is silly, isn't it? Hang on. Shame, blame, guilt, anger, and those kind of confidence issues that come up from not feeling quite good enough. So I really think that Mercury can help you get to the bottom of this. And it might have less to do with how you look and how you are, but more to do with how people are judging you on your performance. And that might actually go back to some old childhood stuff, you know, where you might have felt like you, I don't know, you just didn't quite match up to your siblings or whoever you were being compared to. And yet, you know, this is really easy to take action on. You know, I think Mercury is going to help you see what step you need to take forwards so that you can correct this. Now, on Friday the 13th, as the moon is in the sign of Capricorn, we've got some really practical aspects. You know, the moon is in a lovely sextile with Saturn, which is practical. It's helpful. It keeps things with a sense of proportion. And then Capricorn in the moon in Capricorn in a trine to the sun is also sort of urging you to relax a little bit, you know, to take it easy. You know, if you're feeling confident in yourself, things will just naturally evolve in terms of your career and your outward persona. And then we're into Saturday and Sunday. Now, Saturday the 14th has got some really quite beautiful and popping and vibrant kind of energies. So we've got we've got the moon in right at the tail end of Capricorn, and it first of all makes a trine to Uranus, giving us this love of spontaneity. So I think there's an opportunity to be quite social and to feel a sense of spontaneousness in terms of how we're integrating our life. There is a lovely sextile to Neptune, really helping us feel soulful at home. So like when I was saying social, you know, I don't necessarily mean you have to sort of go out with friends and stuff, but I'm seeing it more happening at home, like in the way that you're interacting with your family and neatening things up, pottering around and so on and so forth. Then there is this really sweet but deeply powerful conjunction with Pluto, really showing you that you have the power to make all these big changes. And then finally, the moon goes into the sign of Aquarius, which I think is bringing you a sense of freedom. It feels like there's a lot of hard work that could come out of Saturday and a lot of feeling of, I think it's boosting your confidence actually to be able to be practical on the Friday, on the Saturday, be quite inspired. And then leading into Sunday, this is really raising your confidence because on Sunday, this is the day when Jupiter is making a trine to Libra. So this is your ruling planet, our ruling planet. Jupiter is in a very, very social state, but is really encouraging us to learn from the people around us, you know, to feel really generous and expanded like a lot of the new people coming into our world. And then it's lined up to this beautiful connection with Venus in the 11th, really sort of showing that the people that are coming into our life are part of also a much bigger network. You know, there is this feeling of lightness and balance with the people that are coming in. And then the moon going into Aquarius, to me, it feels like this could be intimate family, your community and your networks. And it just feels like there's this divine sort of trinity of a feeling of popularity, confidence, warmth, and a beautiful self-expression. So, you know, this week is a very, very interactive one. You know, right at the start, to me, it feels like you're kind of waking up and feeling a little bit disturbed and a little bit bothered by how you might be expressing yourself. And then by the end of the week, you're feeling actually quite connected. So I really like that a lot, Sagittarius. I think this is really quite a helpful time for you. So I'm going to leave that there. If I can be of any help to you at all, then just invite me to work with you. All of my details are below in the description box. Yeah, so have a great week and catch you next week for the big one, because the big one is the eclipse and the equinox special. So really do enjoy this, because next week it feels like there's a lot of real strong karmic work taking place. So there you go. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey there, Capricorn. How are you doing this week? I hope you're doing well. So this is a forecast taking you from Monday, the 9th of September to the 15th of September. That's Sunday, the 15th. It is a week before we have the full moon or partial lunar eclipse in Pisces, and later on the September equinox on the 22nd. So next week is a really, really big week. So, how can you use your energies better in this week so that you're feeling energized to lead you into the following week where it's real high stakes energy? So what I'm going to do is pace you through how everything is looking. In particular, pay a little bit of attention to Saturn, which is your ruling planet. Saturn is in an ongoing square with, here's Saturn down here. He's in an ongoing square with Jupiter. He's been in this position already for about a month and a half, and he's going to be in this position for at least another 8 months. But there's also a grand cross or a grand square that's arising involving Saturn and the Jupiter square. And that's when the sun comes into position and later the moon. So that's something to definitely focus on in terms of this week ahead. With this week ahead, we're going to be talking also about the Mercury going into the sign of Virgo. It's going to be quite liberating for you, I think, really helping you unpack a little bit more about the world around you and your role within it, and also how to feel a little bit more free and liberated, which I think is also one of the motifs of this moment. There's also the Sun square Jupiter, which I've already mentioned, and later, right at the end of the week, a Venus trine Jupiter energy. Now, this is a really, really great energy, actually. This is, I think, the pinnacle of the energy in terms of this week ahead. And it's highlighting, because it's also going to form a grand trine with the moon, but it's actually highlighting a very beneficial and light-hearted energy in terms of your career, your earnings, and also your day-to-day running of your life. So I think if you're looking at this week ahead from the perspective of how can I free myself up from restrictions, how can I work through any self-imposed limitations so that I am free to feel like my true creator self at the end of the week, that would be a really good focus to just have at the back of your mind. So let's get started then. So this week starts with the moon right at the tail end in Scorpio. And, right now we're in the waxing crescent phase and going quite soon after into the first quarter phase, which will lead us straight up to the full moon and eclipse next week. So what does this mean? This means that the moon is growing. It's waxing, it's in its growth phase. This is a time when ideas start to take shape. And moreover, they start to take effect. So whatever ideas you were coming up with at the end of last week, whatever persistent behaviors and inspirations were coming into your world will be added to and developed and also moved on. And I say that quite purposefully, like the moving on, the taking shape. It's about taking action. It's about having the courage of your convictions. And so that's also a persistent theme throughout this week, is the idea to develop on the ideas that are coming forwards. Now, for the first part of the week, even though there's a lot going on, and I think a lot of opportunities to make decisions, the moon is going to be in this quite unconscious part of your chart where, the moon is slightly hidden. It feels like all things to do with intuitions, secrets, things that maybe are difficult to articulate are coming up. And so you might be feeling quite rightly a little bit reserved and a little bit, more discerning, not wanting to go out and face the world so much. You're kind of in your own world, and that's perfect. And then from the 12th onwards, you know, as the moon comes into your own sign, I feel like the week really starts to gather some pace, and you're actually starting to, you know, physically make decisions, you know, and be seen in the world. It feels a lot more like the first part of the week is slightly private, and then the second part of the week is a lot more practical and a lot more outwardly focused. So what I want to do is pace you through the week. So, you know, on the 9th, you know, the moon is heading in between it starts off in Scorpio, it makes a couple of big aspects, and then it goes into the sign of Sagittarius. Now, those big aspects just happen to be an opposition with Uranus, which can create a startling kind of shocking kind of effect. It from this perspective, you know, it's going from a very creative, passionate and exciting part of your chart up to an area of friendship and collaboration and agreed action. And so to me, it feels like some of the agreed actions that are expected of you, you might suddenly have this very strong, passionate, no, not on my watch. No, I want to direct this. I don't want my choices to be diluted by other people. So I really think, you know, sticking to your guns is likely to be the outcome of this, that you'll feel that it's more important to keep the purity of what it is that you're wanting to create. And other people coming in appear to just feel like irritations almost. Now, at the same time, there is the moon in a trine to Neptune in Pisces. And again, that's really showing that it feels like there's quite a bit of social contagion. So whilst you might be feeling quite independent about your ideas and fiercely wanting to guard them and to develop them in a kind of mad scientist kind of way, it feels like there's a lot of people around that kind of want to get involved and might want to chip in. So I guess dependent on how okay you are with that, you know, you may well let them in almost like you're a wacky scientist and letting people in to kind of make science with you. But you might still prefer to do that on your own. So it's really important, again, to use that Virgo, the Virgo Mercury energy, and really focus on creating a boundary where you need it. You know, Virgo and Mercury in Virgo is very, very discerning, you know, and is able to really cut to the chase very quickly, really see what is going on. Now, right now, you are wanting your own authority. Like Mercury in Virgo, especially in the 9th house of your chart, is absolutely lined up to you feeling greater levels of freedom and independence. And that includes the freedom in your mind, you know, the freedom to make your own choices. So, you know, yes, you might have lots of great connections and friends and people that really want to invest in you and share time with you and stuff. But right now, to me, it feels like your own independence and sanctity of self is more important. But that will change as we go through the week. Tuesday the 10th, I think is, I don't want to say a throwaway day. You know, it's a day when there's not too much sort of planetary weather going on. You know, it just feels like there is this energy of the moon in a trine with the North Node. You know, that's really sort of encouraging you and saying you are on the right track. And whatever intuition is coming up at this point, you know, if you get like a slight hunch, a slight intuition, a sort of feeling that you can't quite articulate, like I said, this is in a place of mystery, the moon at the moment, and leading you into right the way through Wednesday. You know, it feels like you are grappling in the dark a little bit. You get these really strong feelings as to what your truth is, but you can't quite articulate why, which is probably a bit frustrating. But, you know, whatever you are sensing on the 10th and into the 11th is really showing you you're on the right track. So like, trust your intuition is what I want to say. Now, the Wednesday, the 11th, this is where the big pattern starts to come in. This is where the Saturn, your ruling planet, in the existing square to Jupiter starts to take shape. So let's explore this square just a little bit. So, you know, Saturn in the 3rd is really showing you how your communities and the learning within your communities is starting to get a bit formalized, and it might formulaic as well. And it might feel a little bit like the people around you are a little bit too staid, a little bit too stodgy, maybe They're trying to force a particular style or a way of thinking into the collective, and it just doesn't quite feel right. You may well find that you're feeling a little bit limited within your community, maybe within your neighborhood. However, if you're comfortable with that feeling of regularity and measures and things like that, you might actually find that you feel more secure in your community. In fact, you might be trying to impose or introduce measures and limits and boundaries within your community. I don't know. I guess a lot of it depends on how you feel in terms of boundaries and stages and foundations and things. If you're really pro structure, which a lot of Capricorns are, this will feel quite important that your community is stable and secure. If not, you'll be feeling quite stifled by your community. But to me, this is just saying you are reviewing your community quite a bit, and the energy that it's having, and whether it's helpful for you, i.e. stabilizing, or if it's destabilizing and you want out. Now, at the same time, Jupiter is really influencing your day-to-day life. It feels like there's a lot of things coming in. Maybe lots of actions, maybe from your community, are being pushed onto your shoulders. But it feels like there's a lot more responsibilities than usual. And it feels like you're spinning a lot of different plates. And the usual sort of inflatory and kind of well-being energy of Jupiter is a little bit stressed, actually, in this part of your chart. It just feels like there's a bit too much, and it's very difficult to keep track on things. One of the best parts of it is maybe you realize that you can't really control it, and you just kind of have to go with the program, and that in and of itself does create a certain amount of stress. And so to me, it feels like there is this existing stress between how you feel that you're fitting into your community, whether or not it's suitable for you, and then the fact that it feels like also at the same time the management, like how you manage your life, just feels out of kilter. Now, with the sun's current position in the sign of Virgo, it's really urging you to cut loose a little bit. It's really urging you to think of the bigger picture, like beyond the management of your house and beyond how you might feel within your community. It's bringing up an element of spirituality. It's bringing up that feeling of, well, what is really the nature of life, and what are the mysteries, and how, like, what is my role within that? So you're thinking much, much bigger. And you might also be considering world politics, which, let's face it, are fiery and quite stimulating right now, and bringing up a lot of polarity between people. So that might really be also emphasized, in your current mindset, seeing as Mercury is also there. It's giving a lot of things to dissect. And then we've got the moon heading right into this corner spot here. At the end of the day, there is this growing intuition that you're aware of. There is this growing sense within you that you can't put your finger on. And of course, you like to find actual, practical, real evidence for the things that you commit to. I always think that Capricorns are the voice of reason. They are quite well measured and discerning in the things that they believe. And so also having this intuitive conviction that is getting stronger by the minute, in particular on the 11th, there will be a sense of tension because of that, like the ideas of how things should be in your local communities versus how you might be idealizing how we could be in terms of a world community, and how you are looking for a bit of freedom and cut loose a little bit. And then the tension of, how you are at home, all of that's quite rational. And underneath it all, underpinning it, is this absolute desire to meet thyself, like meet thy maker, like meet yourself, know yourself, and go much deeper. It's almost like there is this feeling that something is missing, and that the life around you just looks so concrete and so steady and set in its, and again, this is where the sun in the 9th is really bursting forth, because you're looking for freedom. You're looking for salvation from that. Surely life is more than getting your house in order and being a good citizen. It has to be more than that. What is the purpose? Why are you here at this time? And I think that's where some of the tension is coming from. The realization that you're focusing on all these roles rather than focusing on who you really are. And there's no real way out of that. Some people say just change your focus. There are some people that are awakened, who took like years of consistent practice to be able to drop the outside concerns, the roles that we have. But, most people don't feel that that's a possibility for themselves. So I think, if you are feeling really caught up in this and wondering what the point is of this very concrete world, when you know that there is some kind of magic and mystery that is arising within you, is just try and find this center spot. This is a tough wicket. If you are feeling spiritual and also recognizing that you are embodied, how do you work with both of those very obvious and strong energies? How can you balance? You can't float away. And obviously, if you just focus on the world as it appears to be, that appears soulless sometimes. So how can you marry the two up? And I think the only way to really do that is to find some space, carve out some space for yourself so that you can absolutely tune in and tune out of all of this and really find that point of magnificence in yourself. And I really hope you can. I'm sure you can, because you're quite applied in the way you do things. So yeah, I really do see that as possibly a crisis of confidence, in fact, because it's like, how can I honor the magic of life whilst attending to the mundanity of it? And then on the 12th, I think things start to get a bit more practical again. The sun is in the square to Jupiter. And during that time, you can attend, yes, there might be this tension between wanting to expand and explore and theorize and idealize, whilst also recognizing that you also maybe can't manage all the intricacies of life. And so be it, or on this day, on the 12th, which is the Thursday, Mercury is also in a sextile to Mars. And so you might be able to get other people in to help you out. Mars in the 7th really brings a lot of energy from the people in your life. So I do think that is really starting to bring you out of yourself. And of course, on Thursday, we also have the moon going into the sign of Capricorn, which I think is really, really helpful, for some practical action. It feels like you're coming out of this very sort of introverted moment in this month and starting to move forwards. Now, on Friday the 13th, I want to draw your attention to the energy of practical action. So, we've got this lovely sextile to Saturn from the moon, and also the sun is making a lovely trine to the moon as well, really showing that your body and mind, or your mind and spirit, can kind of feel a balance, so you're not pushing your body too much without appreciating that there is something more to it. To me, it feels like there's a nice balance. You're wanting to be in your body whilst also wanting to be expanded, and you're taking practical steps forwards. It's like you're not over pushing yourself. You're not pushing yourself beyond what your body can do. You're not pushing yourself beyond what your mind can conceive. And, in the sextile to Saturn, you know that it's better to have little small steps forward than seeing a big project, not reaching it, and then feeling disappointed. So it's about managing your energy. And I really think on Friday the 13th, you've got that. Leading into Saturday and Sunday, then Saturday the 14th, where are we? So we've got this really quite nice trine to Uranus from the moon. And then the moon is also making a sextile to Neptune. And then later on in the day, it's making a powerful connection to Pluto, which is obviously back in your sign again. I really think this is encouraging you to connect with your innate creativity. To me, this is showing you that when you are open to surprising creativity, surprising interest, surprising passion that kind of wells up in you, it's a real sort of like creative place. And you might find it through being with some of the more dreamier and idealistic people within your community, like people who maybe don't have such a strong sense of reality, but people that seem to drift through life. You may well find that interactions with these kinds of people actually are bringing up this spontaneous creativity that you always knew was within you, and they're kind of helping you bring it out in yourself. And then as the moon connects with Pluto, you start to sense the power within you. So I think, Saturday can be a really sort of big revelation to you in many respects. It might be that you are following the good leads of real sort of creative people around you. It's helping you come out of the sort of practical space and into a place of imagination, which is useful to do from time to time. Now, this is actually leading into a much bigger aspect on Sunday, which is deeply creative and which is really likely to bring up a sense of freshness and renewal in terms of your career and how you pitch yourself out there. So I think this is really quite valid, and like I said, I think being around creative people on Saturday is part of the key to this, because, the moon moves into Aquarius, and then it will connect with Jupiter and also Venus that are in this exact trine. Now, Jupiter in Gemini is really showing us how we can be popular and how information and the sharing of information is changing. Right now, the information fields and social media and the internet and everything, like wherever you go, everything is just connecting up in a myriad of different ways. And that can be really, really annoying. But actually, on Sunday the 15th, as Venus is coming into the 10th house, the applications of Jupiter and information and like the benefits of connectedness are really dawning on you. Now, it might not always be the case, and I'm not, just because I'm saying it here doesn't mean to say that I think, yes, AI, yay. There are swings and roundabouts to everything that is new and coming in. But to me, it just feels like the interactions and the ability to connect, even when we're living in our mundane lives, and the ability to use those connections to change the way we live our lives is really quite phenomenal. And it's really occurring to you that there is something that you can do in your career that will incorporate some of this new technology or new ways of being social. So to me, it feels like there's a new, more social approach within your work, a new idea that's occurring to you. This is really helping you raise your popularity and be seen in a new light. This is helping you almost have a kind of brand change, not so much that you're practical and discerning, but you're practical and progressive, or practical. I realize progressive carries all sorts of political connotations as well, but like you're practical and dynamic, practical and forward thinking is possibly a more neutral way of expressing that, and the moon is also leading into this. The moon at this point is in the second house in the sign of Aquarius. To me, it feels like this new impetus, this new feeling, this new quality is bringing a bigger lightness into the way you choose to work. Maybe it's making it more utilitarian. I don't know, but there is a feeling that something is changing, and it's changing for the better. And that is absolutely what I'd like you to take from this, is that whatever you've been working through, whatever issues have been coming up in terms of the worldliness, but then you're also realization and you're feeling that there's a lot more to worldliness. In fact, there's an otherworldliness as well to life that needs to be incorporated. To me, when you're applying it to social aspects and recognizing that it's not all about business, but it's also about the heart element, then all of a sudden something clicks in. And to me, this is the recipe for you to actually earn more, or be recognized more, be appreciated more. So I think this is a week that's really turning things around in quite a persistent way. Now, one thing I do want to make you aware of is next week, at the time of the partial lunar eclipse, there is also Venus coming into an exact opposition with Chiron. Now, they are doing this across the 4th and the 10th house. And so at some level, it feels like you rising up and your ability to do well in your career and be recognized and seen is in some ways helping to ease off the pain that was felt in childhood, or the remembered pain, the remembered vulnerability. I would advise that if that rings a bell with you, that you work on that a little bit. Because when this comes in its entirety and it's sort of inflamed with the energies of the eclipse and then later the equinox, you don't want that to be the underlying theme for your month ahead or your season ahead. You could use this energy to heal the past so that you feel more productive in the future. But if your response to your career, like if you have your career out there because it is the way to forget about the past, that is a belief system that's unhelpful for you. So find a way to heal the vulnerability that you felt in your childhood that you can somehow add to your career. I don't know how it fits in exactly to what you do, but isn't it interesting that when you feel safer, when you can work on something that felt really unsafe in your childhood, when that's no longer being when that frequency is no longer around in your decision making, you make different decisions. And so what I think is, as you're making different decisions, it's picked up that you feel so much more safe, and also that you are really wanting genuine well-being. You're not looking to self-sabotage. So I hope that makes sense. I don't think I articulated that as well as I could have done, so my apologies there. But anyway, I hope you have a really, really great week ahead. If you would like some extra guidance or coaching, then just get in touch. All you have to do is invite me to work with you. All my details are below. But yeah, have a great one, and see you next week for the big equinox and eclipse special. Lots of love. Hey there, Aquarius. This is an exciting week ahead. There's lots of really big patterns. As you can see, there's a blooming great big square in this chart. And obviously that has an explanation attached to it. That's something that's happening on the 11th. It's a Moon, Sun, Jupiter and Saturn grand cross. And as its name suggests, like the cross is kind of crossed. There's a lot of cross purposes, crossed wires and things to work through. But hey, this is a work in progress week, and this is also the week before a very transformative week that's happening next week, where we've got the eclipse, which is a full moon in Pisces, just so you know, and also the equinox, the September equinox, autumn equinox for those in the northern hemisphere, spring equinox for those in the southern hemisphere. I'm just going to call it the September equinox so that I'm factually correct for everyone. So what is going on in this week ahead? Well, first of all, we've got Mercury going into Virgo for the second time. It went in at the end of July, then went into Leo in a retrograde. Now it's back to finish off its direct and sometimes scathing inquiry that it's having into this part of your life, which is all about what you're trying to keep hidden, maybe where you feel a little bit of blame, shame, guilt and anger about everyone else's values that they put on you, and also about the assets that you might share with those closest to you. So yeah, Mercury coming into here could really help you sort out your family finances, but it might not be a comfortable process. So just to warn you on that one. But Mercury is going to do a whistle stop tour through this. He's not going to be in here for very long. He'll be out within a couple of weeks. So I think 2 to 3 weeks. So that's one of the themes that's going on. Something else that's coming up is we've got an exact square between the Sun and Jupiter on the 12th. That is in light of the actual full-on grand cross, grand square on the 11th. So, we've got this persistent square from Saturn and Jupiter. I mean, that's ongoing for the next 8 months now. It's already been around for a good month and a half. But, this is a square that's been really, really looked at right now. And that's the Sun and Jupiter and how that might affect you. And then right at the end of the week, we've got this lovely, lovely energy that I think will really suit you Aquarians, the sort of Aquarian energy. And that is the trine between Venus and Jupiter. It's actually going to be a grand trine because the moon is going to be in Aquarius, meeting up with Venus and also meeting up with Jupiter. So what a lovely grand trine. If you think about it, you know, Aquarius is your sign. So having the moon connecting to this Venus and Jupiter trine is really involving you in the process. I see this as being really, really healing and helpful. And of course, I will comment on your ruling planet, Uranus. You know, Uranus right now, he's making a couple of big moon statements in this week ahead, and is also in a persistent trine with Pluto, really showing that your unconscious mind and all the things that you've hidden, your fears, your insecurities, all that sort of programming is really being rewired right now as Pluto is back in this part of your chart, this very hidden kind of blind sight place in your chart. A lot of things are changing at a fundamental level. And actually Uranus here, which is really working at a behavior level, like, you know, it's manifesting everything that's here into your real-time behaviors. I think you are developing a real new skill set for yourself that could really create a lot more freedom for you at home. So I think this is actually quite beneficial. So that's ongoing business, I guess. So anyway, let's pace you through the week on a day-by-day basis so you get to understand the energies that are coming into play and how you might choose to navigate them. So the 9th is a pretty, I think, spiky in places. It's a big day. It starts off, the whole week really starts off with Mercury going into very discerning Virgo in a kind of slightly uncomfortable house, but also the moon in Scorpio in exact opposition to one of your ruling planets, Uranus. So this opposition is really, you know, the way I think about it, it's like everything at home is being destabilized at the moment. You know, like the thoughts and feelings, your old insecurities. It's like you're having an upgrade at the moment, but it's not a quick one. You know, sometimes when your computer appears to die, and then there's this kind of long and slow progress of these updates coming in. And sometimes, I don't know if you've ever had it, maybe I just don't look after my computers very well, but you might get stuck in a loop for a while, you know, where it never quite completes and you go back to the beginning. And then through some kind of luck of fate, you turn it off for just long enough that it completely resets itself. I don't know if you've had that. Maybe I just don't work with technology very well. But anyway, it's one of those kind of mysterious things. It's almost like a slow upgrade. It feels like things are a little bit bumpy, and it just feels slightly uncomfortable at home. And here, right at the start of the week, the moon is right at the top, showing you that, yes, you need to be seen in the world, and yet underneath it all, you're not feeling very, very confident. It's almost like it's what's the word? There's a phrase. It's like a fur coat but no knickers. Like you're putting on a certain performance in the public domain, looking all great, but underneath you're wild and you're really not quite sure what's up and what's down. And that's okay. You know, this energy is short-lived. Thankfully, the moon is also in a trine to Neptune in the sign of Pisces, really showing that your ability to be flexible and your ability to kind of breathe through it and be zen about it, very, very much a Neptune thing, is helpful. But also being creative, the more you can activate your creativity rather than your rational mind, the better off you'll be on Monday for sure. Later on, the moon goes into the sign of Sagittarius, and then I think your friends come to the rescue a little bit. There is this tension when the moon goes into a square with Mercury, and it's you know, I think your friends are showing you where you might have some old expectations that you're carrying on behalf of other people. So you might find that you suddenly feel these, I don't know, bits of responsibility, like these like your shoulders start getting heavier and heavier, and then there's the weight of other people's opinions and ideas on you. I think, you know, you might notice them, you know, when you're with your friends. It's not necessarily that your friends are putting it on you. It's all pre-existing stuff. It's all pre-existing behaviors and ideas that you've accepted about yourself that might not be true. And yet you're seeing your friends being quite free and quite wanton, and you're wondering, why is it I have to do this, but you don't? And that's not actually the reality. The reality is you've taken on a lot of stuff that maybe you didn't need to. And so there's a bit of tension there, and you will get through this. As we come into the 10th, that's Tuesday the 10th, the moon's in Sagittarius, and I think you're quite contented with that sort of Sagittarian energy. There's a certain shared need for freedom, a shared need for truth, and it's also got a shared need to be quite unconventional. At this time, the moon is also in a trine to the North Node. It's, to me, I think you're realizing that there are some ways in which your current networks and your current community are really in alignment. It feels like you're in the right place at the right time. So I think that's really quite stabilizing and kind of helps you move forwards with a sense of faith that you've got that right. As we come into Wednesday and Thursday then, so that's Wednesday the 11th and Thursday the 12th. Wednesday the 11th is when this grand trine, what am I talking about? Grand cross comes into a stronger being. So, Saturn currently has really got you focusing on your finances and also what you might need to do to improve your finances. And Jupiter is really showing you where your passions and where it's showing you what brings you joy. And so it's funny because these two might actually align. You might realize that you could earn more money by aligning to your joy. But right now, you might be thinking, oh, I need to do this, this, and this to earn more money. And yet there's this other hand that's saying, yeah, but I actually just want to have fun, and I just want to be feeling that sense of joy. And it might almost be like you've got like the angel and the devil on your shoulders. One is telling you to be goodly, godly, and determined, and have self-discipline, etc., etc. And then you'll have a stable career. And the other is just saying, well, you could just be, what's the point in having a stable career if you're not happy? And so that's a bit of tension that you're living through right now. And that is due to be worked out over the next 8-9 months. But right now, the sun going through this part of your chart in the sign of Virgo is really bringing up where there are joint responsibilities for earnings and a feeling of, are you playing your part? And what does that involve? Like if someone is kind of posing that question to you, like, are you doing enough? Are you playing your part? That assumes that you've agreed to certain actions, which you might find on reflection you haven't, but it's these added responsibilities that are really playing into the tension on the 11th. And then the social context, the moon in the sign of Sagittarius is also then asking, what about your social responsibilities? What about your group responsibilities? And what about having some fun as well? So it feels like there are two planets going in slightly different directions, but pulling you towards fun, either following your joy or following your joy with friends. And then on the other hand, there's your very serious nature wanting to increase your earnings whilst also feeling pressure from other people to increase your joint earnings. And it's very difficult to know exactly where to go. And if I was in your shoes, I would recommend that you go to the center point, which is realizing that all of these different factions or things that you're trying to keep in balance are actually all just roles that you're playing. None of them actually are the real you. You might identify with this part of you because it appears to be you, the worker, you, the profession, the you that you name as, like, you might say, I'm a programmer. But is that who you really are? Like, who are you at your core? And I think if you can find that core around the 11th and 12th, this part of the week will go so much more smoothly. You won't take any of these roles too seriously. You'll just realize, do you know what? This will all work out. And for now, it just feels too intense. And so I'm just going to go and kind of tune into actually what makes me feel better in myself right now. Not necessarily what brings me more joy, though. I have to say I would probably be veering over here, veering to what brings you a sense of joy and passion, because that's just the easiest. I always think, if you've got a choice of two options, which is easier, which is the most freeing, which is the most liberating, which is the one that you could satisfy and succeed with most clearly and quickly, that's probably what I would do. But, you know, you might have a different idea and set of expectations. I'm sure you do. So Thursday, the 12th, then, it doesn't intensify. If anything, it eases off, which is helpful. And there is a sense of action that you want to take. On that particular day, Mercury is also in an exact sextile with Mars. And to me, it feels like you're able to take some practical action. So, you know, at some point in the middle here, you thought, okay, what's the next thing to do? Do you know what? This is the easier of the steps. And then, you know, on the 12th, you just start to do it, because that is the, you know, if you're not moving, you know, like when we completely stand still and we're not moving and we're holding a pattern together, really furiously trying to hold everything still, it's like death. Because life is meant to be moving. You know, we're always breathing. The clouds are always moving in the sky. There is always a breeze. Life isn't meant to be stagnant, and stagnancy leads to, I think, decay and dis-ease. So you don't want to hold the pattern. Really, what you want to do is breathe through it and allow it to move. And so by taking the next easy step, or the next step, the thing that I just think stepping forwards, whatever you can do to step forwards on the 12th, even if it's a small step, it keeps you moving. That is moving you faster to the next step and the next step and the next step. And so I think that's a way out. Friday then, by this time, the moon is in Capricorn. And this is a natural time when you are feeling a little bit more reserved and less social. You are absolutely in a place where you're connected a lot more into your intuitive mind, even though it is in the sign of Capricorn. It's a place where your intuition runs rife, but it also has things like insecurities and irrationalities and fears and things. And so it's really important that you do rest up when the moon is here. So between the 12th and the 14th, it's ideally a time to rest into yourself, because when you're restful, your intuition is more likely to come out rather than your fears and insecurities. That's what comes out when you're overdoing it and overwhelmed. So, you know, on the 13th, this is a very practical day. You know, the moon is in a sextile to Saturn. That's very helpful. Saturn is one of your ruling planets as well. So, you know, it's helping you make an intuitive decision about your earnings and how you might value yourself. I think you can appreciate yourself on this day, which is nice. And then the moon is also in a trine with the sun in the sign of Virgo. You know, this is letting you know that you don't have to push yourself. You know, you are already enough. You are enough just being you. And I think you can take some calm in that. You know, these two are very, very intuitive parts of the chart for you, you know, the 8th and the 12th houses. And so I think, you know, this lovely balance between the light of the emanations from the sun and the receptivity of the moon is really helping you to like feel things in your body, like feel and know what you're meant to be doing. Saturday the 14th then, during that day, we've got a few more aspects. Now, these are starting to coax you out. You know, Saturday, I think, is meant to be quite a social day. I think it's you kind of pulling yourself out of the reserve and coming back to life. So the moon is in a trine with Uranus, which is, you know, one of your ruling planets. It's really showing that it's time to be more spontaneous and time to have a bit of humor and have a bit of luck and get ready to go on a quite liberating adventure. It's also in a lovely sextile to Neptune, allowing you to forgive yourself, allowing you to be gentle with yourself and being creative and imaginative. And then just before the moon goes into the sign of Aquarius, it makes a conjunction with Pluto, really showing that everything that's going on right now is for you. It's not working against you. It is working for you. It's trying to help you free yourself up, shake yourself up. It's trying to shake off all those weird kind of associations that you've got about yourself, those really weird thought forms that kind of take you backwards rather than forwards. But it's invigorating, and the way to come forwards from it is with the imagination, gentleness, and forgiveness. And so then as the moon comes into the sign of Aquarius on Saturday the 14th, there is this sense of a new beginning, and also a sense of lightheartedness, which is perfect because as we're coming into Sunday the 15th, that is when the Venus and Jupiter energy is coming into its fruition. So if you remember, Jupiter down here is encouraging you to be soulful and passionate about the things you love doing, to really enjoy joy, focus on joy first, like put joy first. And then Venus up here is showing you that it's delightful to be expanded. It's delightful to be on an adventure, to wonder about other places, to dream about spirituality, to research religion, also to examine politics and belief systems. There is a highbrow energy, and it's quite enjoyable, and so there is a sense of wonder about the world and excitement about the world, and that you're bringing passion into your world, and that the more open-minded you are, the more passion and joy is coming into your world. Well, on this particular day, it's also matching up with the moon in your own sign, and you're feeling that excitement in your body. So, this whole week is taking you from the beginning, from a feeling of shock, maybe, about, how destabilized you might have felt at home. And by the end of the week, you're working into this place of faith and excitement about being even more open-minded than you usually are. So what a week. And like I said, next week we have got the patterns of the partial lunar eclipse. So the full moon in Pisces coming on, which is big. It's going to probably really highlight this area a bit more, from what you're earning and what your values are about yourself. Like, do you value yourself versus how valued you feel by your family? So there's a lot going on, and there is the start of a new season. So, if you do want a bit of extra guidance, all you need to do is invite me to work with you. All of my details are below. But have a lovely week ahead. Have a magnificent week ahead, and hope to catch you next week for the eclipse and equinox mega forecast. Anyway, lots of love. Bye for now. Hey there, Pisces. How are you in this amazing week? Now, this is interesting because this is a week before the eclipse in your own sign occurs. So on the 18th, there is a partial lunar eclipse taking place in the sign of Pisces. It's going to be quite a big one. This is hitting your 1st and 7th houses. It's pretty big. It's also going to be in a conjunction with Neptune, and also in a square with the galactic center. Now, I haven't mentioned this in anyone else's forecasts because I'm going to be doing a video about Neptune and the galactic center separately, but I want to point it out to you. The square between Neptune, which is one of your ruling planets, and the galactic center here in Sagittarius, I think is bringing up a feeling of origins. Like, what are my origins? What are my spiritual origins? What is coming up in terms of spirituality? Where do I belong? Why do I not feel like I belong anywhere half the time? And of course, at the time of the eclipse that's happening next week, that's going to absolutely drag in a lot of extra feeling around this. So, in this reading, obviously I'm talking about this week's energy, but I'm also pacing it and thinking ahead as to what this week will lead you forward into. So I hope that makes sense. There's a few things I want to comment on in this week's update. So, your two rulers. So obviously Neptune is in a big one for next week. But Jupiter is another one of your rulers, and Jupiter is forming a couple of really cool things. Jupiter's involved in a couple of patterns, actually. So you'll see there's this blooming great big square here in the middle. That's a grand cross involving the moon, the sun, Jupiter and Saturn. So that's one of your ruling planets. And then you'll also see that there's this lovely grand trine Again, Jupiter's involved in this. Jupiter is here at the corner of a square and at the corner of a triangle. So Jupiter is aligning with Venus and the moon right at the end of the week on the 15th. So you've got this on the 11th and then this beautiful energy on the 15th. So really what I'm pacing you through is how the square, which represents the frustrations and possible difficulties in the way you're perceiving your world, in the way the roles, because we all have roles, don't we? In the way that all these different roles that you're playing out are causing you. And then how that is leading you into a place of more creatorship, recognizing the divinity in you, so that as you're coming into this eclipse forecast next week, you're already feeling a lot more connected and a lot more cosmic. So you're really prepared to use the eclipse to really help you, because I always think the eclipses are here to move us. They're not really here to destroy us, but they might bring up a lot of stuff. And of course, if we're not ready for the stuff that comes up, it can be a bit shocking. So this is a powerful eclipse that you're coming into for next week. And it's absolutely about moving you forwards in terms of your identity, or maybe moving completely beyond your identity and assuming your galactic identity or your spiritual identity. Who knows? Anyway, as we start this week, we're in a waxing crescent phase going straight into the first quarter. What this means is we're already in a growth phase. And now it's time to take action, to have courage of our convictions and to start moving with the energies, like really start to set some things down. If you're not taking action on something, you're probably missing an opportunity here or there. So the week starts with an opposition to Uranus from the moon in Scorpio right the way down here from your 9th and 3rd. To me, it feels like at the beginning of the week, there's some shocking information. Maybe the news agencies are vibrating with news of change and things, or maybe you're just noticing there's a lot of dissonance. But this is really showing that your higher self and your desire for sort of elevated knowledge and connection is being shocked by local knowledge and what everyone else is talking about, the shock in your community or the shock in your families. To me, it feels like the people that around you are all in this kind of state of disarray. And yet right now you're feeling up here. You're feeling like, well, I just want to kind of float away right now. I just want to be practical. I just want to recognize that I'm a being of light. Why do I want to be dragged down here into this moment of disarray? And so it's an interesting point to start off the week. Also, the moon is in a trine to Neptune. And so the moon is also absolutely really wanting to highlight the gentleness and the spirit and the connection that you feel, rather than focusing on the disconnection. And so there's a little bit of jangly nerves. And then later on in that day, the moon goes into the sign of Sagittarius, and it makes a really strong square to Mercury, which has just also gone into the sign of Virgo. So we've got the moon and Mercury both kind of moving forwards into square signs. And they are in the 7th and 10th houses for you. So this is you and your career and your outward persona. I say persona quite markedly. And then it's the thinking around your relationships. And so I don't know what's going on for you specifically, but to me, it feels like you're really looking at the people that you have around you right now, and also feeling quite split from them because, like you're on a different trajectory. It feels like you're moving up, you're evolving, you are changing, your status is changing. And it doesn't have to be about the career, the 10th house. The 10th house is also about how much gratitude and recognition and reward we might be feeling. It's about our outer extension. It's about our legacy. So you might be feeling like you're working towards your legacy and something much higher than every unique relationship. And yet, to me, it feels like the people around you are quickly thinking, their brains are going around like this massive, like hamster in a wheel. And you're just absolutely wanting to sort of vibrate with the more Zen energy. So it's interesting times. You know, the 10th will be really helpful to you. You know, on the 10th, we've got this lovely trine to the North Node, really showing that you are on the right track. You are already on the right track. You've been on the right track for a long time. And so I hope that gives you a little bit confidence that you are absolutely doing the right thing right now, and to trust yourself, trust your intuition. Now, Wednesday the 11th to Thursday the 12th is interesting. So on the 11th then, you've got Saturn in your first house, which, you know, it's been showing you how to become more adult. You've been adulting, which I think is a verb now. So you've been becoming more adult. You've becoming like you've had more foundations. It feels like you're becoming more real, which is interesting, isn't it? Because right now you're really wanting to float off, and yet there is also this desire to recreate yourself, but to be stronger, maybe to be more discerning, to have a better structure. And yet Jupiter in your fourth house is really showing that, you know, for all of your structures that you're trying to bring in and maintain at home, actually, you just want to be quite into well-being, and you want to enjoy life. You want to have a good life. And somehow putting yourself through these paces to create more structure is creating a bit of tension. You know, it's like your body you might be bringing in like these ideas on what you need to do to structure your life, etc., in terms of your body and to get fit and healthy and whatnot. But, you know, your desire to really sit down on your backside and enjoy life and be in a place of gratitude for what you have is really working against that. And then the sun in Virgo is showing that there's lots of people, you know, bringing their needs to the table too. And also wanting you to play, not wanting you to take yourself quite so seriously. And then the moon at the top is just saying, well, all of this is a load of old rubbish. What are we doing? So it feels like there's these four roles that, you know, you're kind of like held captive by. And yet if you could find the center point, you would be able to let go of the roles or recognize actually it's the being. Like, who are you? Who are you being right now that's more important, rather than putting on this role of today I'm going to look after my body. Today I'm going to relax at home and be a homemaker. Today I'm going to focus on my relationships. And today I'm going to look at my career and also my spiritual well-being. Wow, it's a lot. You're being pulled. You know, this is going to pass. And that's great because, you know, the moon does keep on moving. And, you know, the moon is going to make a lovely sextile to Pluto. And, you know, whatever you come up with during this time, there can be a feeling of transformation. You know, you can realize that maybe all of these roles are coming up from a bigger desire to survive. So maybe that's what you need to look at. You know, what do I actually need to survive? What is survival? Now, as we're coming in and through Thursday, I want to actually, you know, like on Thursday, the square between the sun and Jupiter, which is one of your ruling planets, does feel almost I think you could find some harmony here, actually. You know, you wanting to expand at home and wanting to bring a lot more of your life into the home is also at the same time, there's a lot of people around you that want to be around you, that want to shine around you, and that really want to capture your attention. And so actually around the 12th, I think you can find a midpoint here and invite people into your home. But like, my big question to you is, how do you still feel like an important person at home? That does seem to be quite a big deal for you. You know, Jupiter does show like where we are being the big person. But there is also another energy that's coming in, and that is Mercury is in a sextile to Mars on this day. It's showing that creativity is the way forwards. So it might be that you have people over and you're playful and you're playing games, you're playing cards, or you're doing something together. So turn whatever is coming up for you on Thursday the 12th, turn it into an activity whereby you can use creativity and togetherness to get something done. And I think that would be helpful. Friday the 13th then, the moon is absolutely really into the sign of Capricorn by this point. There's a lovely practical sextile with Saturn, which I think is helping you feel more like you can realize your personal goals. It's also in a trine with the sun, showing that you can also make time for the people around you. And I think this is really helpful. This is really showing that, you know, you can meet the demands of other people in a way that work for you, whilst also making things like work for your emerging self. You know, I don't think you have to make that choice. And really on the 13th, it's a day when you can be practical about it and feel a lot more balance. And then we're up to the weekend. We've got Saturday the 14th and then Sunday the 15th. Now, Saturday the 14th, you've got some big energies, where do I start? Okay. So with Saturday the 14th, the moon is still in the tail end of Capricorn. It's making a trine to Uranus in Taurus, really showing the opportunity for some social interaction, you know, like friends within your community. It might be you've got friends from out of town coming by. To me, it feels like there's some spontaneity and serendipity where you're in the right place at the right time. To me, it feels like there's a location shift, maybe. There's also a sextile between the moon and Neptune, really bringing out this sense of imaginative possibility and spiritual possibility. I think Saturday for you would be a great time to go to some kind of retreat or, you know, to a healing workshop where you're meeting new people within your community. And there's also a very, very powerful conjunction with Pluto. Now that is really showing you the power of your possibilities with making new friends or making new powerful friends. To me, it feels like wherever you are on Saturday, you're going to be meeting people that could be really instrumental in moving your life forwards. And then the moon goes into the sign of Aquarius. Now, ordinarily, this is a time when you want to be a lot more dreamy. You know, the moon in this part of your chart is a time of needing a lot more rest, needing to tune in a lot more and to therefore not have so much distraction around you. But as we come into Sunday, there is this lovely awakening and warming and confident trine. So you've got Jupiter, one of your ruling planets, in a lovely trine with generous and flowing and relating Venus in the 8th house, and then the moon in the 12th. To me, I think, you know, again, if you were doing something restorative like healing workshops or something that helps your soul and your feeling of connection, and you're working with other people, like a family constellation session on Sunday, I think would be flipping awesome. But to me, you know, there is a lightness of being. You know, there is the feeling that whatever has been can cease to be, you know, can be unraveled, relaxed, and a kind of lovely Zen feeling can be transposed all over it so that it can almost melt away. I really feel that with the right people around you, like restorative, nourishing people around you, that you can eat away and dissolve away any of the patterns of the past that are holding you captive. And that you can start to feel that realization that you are way more than all of these roles. In fact, you are eternal. So I'm going to leave that there on that bombshell. That was a pretty cool ending to that, I have to say. I hope you agree. Anyway, have a great week ahead. If I can be of any, you know, greater service to you, then just get in touch. You can just book into my diary and invite me to work with you. But look, have a great week. Hope to catch up with you next week for the phenomenal eclipse and equinox special that's going to be landing. And of course, like I said, this is all about working out who you are. Ooh. Anyway, lots of love. Bye for now. Wow. I always feel so much gratitude at the end of this. You know, I did train in hypnotherapy, NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, and timeline therapy many, many moons ago. And God knows what else, loads of modalities under my belt. But you know what? Like when I'm recording these forecasts for people, for you, when I'm recording these forecasts for you, and sharing and getting insight and a little bit of channel stuff and, you know, I really see these charts as a portal of potential. You know, I think in the languaging, it's changing me as well. You know, so all the hopefulness and all the advice, I really feel changed at the end of these sessions. I just feel really lightheaded and a little bit woozy. So, thanks for listening. I hope that's been helpful to you. Like I said, it's a massive week next week. I'm going to be unpacking it with a few different videos. In particular, I'm really looking forward to examining our origins, you know, with this galactic center and Neptune square, which is absolutely feeding into the full moon, aka the partial lunar eclipse. So much going on. But anyway, thanks for joining me. If I can be of any help, just get in touch. You know where I am. I'm very accessible. But look, love you. See you soon. Take care, and God bless. Mwah.